we've been so far. And what we figured out is there are a lot of car enthusiasts in the Heartland and a lot of really cool cars like this 55 Chevy.
It might be a cool day in the Heartland, but today's ride is definitely a hot rod. Danny Esner has had this 55 Chevy Bel Air for 40 years and says he'll drive it into the sunset.
I tell everybody, if you want to buy my 55 Chevy, it will have a for sale sign on it the day after my funeral.
Danny bought this car in 1983. It was his dream to have this very car in this very paint combo.
And so I was able to sell my daily driver, which was a Corvette at the time, and I'd always wanted a 55 Chevy two-door hardtop, a red and beige one. So I took the money from the Corvette and buying this car in 1983.
It's had a frame-off restoration, but like most car guys, it's a project that's always ongoing right up until today.
Well, every year I make some improvements, depending on how much money my wife has to spend. But over the years, I've added a new interior, air conditioning.
The list goes on and on: overdrive transmission and a kick-in stereo. But why the love affair with the 55?
I just think that's the coolest design that General Motors ever had, particularly back in the 50s. You know, for a while 57s were more popular, but today 55s are more popular than 57s. They have a cleaner design. You know, they got the egg crate grill up front. They don't have as much clutter on them as the 56s and the 57s do.
Once I turned, I did some motions. I felt some cracking in. I was like, no,
What are we looking at?
Know that it's going to be tough.
And pushing 450 horsepower, this Chevy will push you back in your seat. Danny's been part of the car enthusiast culture in Cape for decades, a founding member of the River City Rodders Car Club.
So in 1977, the River City Rodders were created. We are a not-for-profit corporation. And in 1977, we had our first car show on the Town Plaza parking lot.
This car is a showstopper.
We interrupt this program for a first alert severe thunderstorm warning.
We have a tornado warning now for parts of western Kentucky, and so we're going to be with this for a while, folks. And again, I hope this is not the start of a very long day, but it very well could be. We're also watching this storm. Storm is blowing up right in the northern parts of Iron County. That's going to be moving in towards the Perryville area. But our immediate concern right now is this cell that is just off to the south and east of Paducah, Kentucky. Again, you guys have been doing great helping us out, sending us videos and pictures, and I think that's really helping with the warning decision today, because we had a couple of quick spin-up tornadoes and you all were able to get video into us, so I can relay it to the National Weather Service. So now we know what's going to produce a tornado today. And so here we go. We've got a possible tornado right here. It's near the intersection of Graves, McCracken, and Marshall counties. We're going to zoom right into this area and kind of give you some idea of who's under the gun right now. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. If it becomes confirmed, this red polygon will turn purple. But as of right now, we're seeing a possible tornado. So we're going to kind of scope this area to get an idea of where the possible rotation is right now. And we're seeing it's kind of noisy, but you see it kind of right there. We've got a little bit of weak rotation. Winds going towards the radar, away from the radar, right near Simsonia. I'm not quite sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly or not, but that's right at the intersection of 348 and 131 is where we're seeing the possible tornado. This is moving off to the northeast at what, about 30 miles per hour, Cassie? 30 miles per hour. All right, she's giving me the thumbs up.
Oh, sorry, they were talking to me.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
30 miles per hour was the speed on it?
Yes.
Okay, so here is the hook right here. And again, it's really, you know, normally we would look at a storm like this and say, there's probably nothing there. But based on what you all have been able to send us with how sheared the low levels of the environment are, storms that necessarily wouldn't produce tornadoes have. And so now the National Weather Service and ourselves can say, okay, this is the type of storm we have to take seriously, because we've already seen some storms like this that have done some damage, especially in Jackson County, unfortunately. And now we have another one. Again, this is moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So the tornado is located right here, basically at the intersection. If you live near the intersections of where McCracken County and Graves County and Marshall County all come together, that's where that possible tornado is. And it's moving towards the I-24 corridor east of Heartland and west of Calvert City. Now, Calvert City, I said the interstate. The actual tornado itself is moving right towards Calvert City. So if we get a tornado on the ground, that is where it is headed. So folks in northern Marshall County and extreme southeastern McCracken County and extreme northeastern Graves County, you need to be in your basement if you have a basement. Now, if you don't have a basement, we get to the lowest level of your home and we put as many walls between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself from the possibility of some flying debris. So this is our first official tornado warning in our area today, even though unfortunately it looks like we may have had two tornadoes touch down, one in eastern Cape Girardeau County and one in northwestern Jackson County. Now, we're also tracking this storm south of Princeton. It's got a little bit of a hook to it. It's trying to develop. There's definitely going to be some mid-level rotation, but not a lot of low-level rotation. But I do see a spot where there's some pretty strong gusty winds. You can see it right there. That's about to cross Interstate 24 just to the east of Lake Barkley now. This storm just went across Lake Barkley, and now it is moving east of there and about to head towards the Caldwell County area near Princeton. So again, to set the stage, we have a warm front that's moving through the area. Storms are developing along the warm front. Near the warm front, the air spins without storm. So the storm ingests that spin and it rotates. It can quickly produce a tornado. That's what we saw with this storm right here that moved right through the Cape Girardeau area at about almost just shortly before 11 o'clock. And then we saw this storm right here apparently do the same thing in northwestern Jackson County. So you see this storm and this storm. Let's talk a little bit about that. Western Kentucky, I'm going to get back to you in just a second. Again, that tornado right now is moving into northern Marshall County. Northern Marshall County you need to be in your safe spot right now. Get in the basement if you have it. And again, if you don't have a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside by getting to that lowest level of your home on an interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside. So we've got a circulation right here. We've got a circulation right here. So we have two circulations on this storm. And in addition to the possibility of tornado, Cassie, what's the hail marker saying right now just near on that?
Tennis ball.
So tennis ball size hail is what we could be seeing with this storm right now. So that is definitely that could definitely do a lot of damage. And again, we're still an hour or so away from this probably impacting our viewing area. As we pan off to a little bit more, you can see that storm is headed towards northern Perry County in Illinois. So northern Perry County in Illinois, you've got a little bit of time. Let me put a little, let me put a track on this for you. And it's moving at about 30 miles per hour off to the east. And it may deviate just a little, but you can see it's entering Perry County in about in about an hour and 15 minutes. It would be headed towards Pinckneyville in about an hour and 40 minutes. And then Tamaroa, it would be hitting that area in about 1 hour and 55 minutes. So that's an extremely dangerous storm that we've been seeing. We've been tracking it for hours. And so I don't think it's going to die down. It has been going for 4 or 5 hours now, and it continues to go. And now it's sending out a flanking line that new storms are trying to develop on to our north and west. It'll be headed our way later on this afternoon. So the storms we're concerned with right now, again, the storm that's just south of Tamaroa has weakened significantly. The storm that's headed towards McLeansboro has weakened significantly. We're seeing some new development south and west of Cape Girardeau. So far, these are behaving, but these are not. We've got a couple of severe storms we're tracking in western Kentucky. We're seeing the possibility of a tornado moving into northern Marshall County right now. A new cell that's developing north of Murray. So far, it is sub-severe. And then our severe storm that's going to move to the south of Princeton, and it's going through the Lake Barkley area. So let's zoom in again to our possible tornado here. And you can see it. It's located right here. Now, it looks like it still needs a little bit of an update here. It just updated. So it is cleared. The tornado, or the possible tornado, has cleared southeastern McCracken County and northeastern Graves County. It is moving into the northern area of Marshall County. It is headed right towards Interstate 24, just to the west of the Highway 95 intersection with Interstate 24. So here's the possible tornado. It's going to cross right here and possibly go right into Calvert City if it holds together. Are we getting any updates on this storm?
The warning that it just extended, it's moving 35. It's picking up speed a little bit, and then we have quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust.
All right.
Damage to some vehicles, some roofs, some trees.
Somebody in the control booth, talk to me. What is that Interstate 24? Do we know northern Marshall County? So we are looking at a. Is there any way you can take that full so I can do, whether I'm in front of it or not, I don't care. I just want to see the base of the storm. And that's going to give us a good view of the base of the storm. Okay, so the control room, they're working on it for me. I want to be able to see that a little bigger because we have a look right into the updraft base right now. And this would kind of give us an idea of what's going on with it. Okay, so yeah, there's a wall cloud. You can definitely see that cloud lowering. You can definitely see and this is a still shot. I guess it updates probably every minute. We'll get a new shot. But so what we're looking at, just so I can't get in front of the wall, but you see the road. Look directly above that bridge that crosses the road. You can see the rain. Go to the left. You can see that's just a rain-free cloud base, and there is a lowering that looks like behind a few towers. See the trees, and it looks like there may be a cell tower or something. There's a cloud lowering right behind us. So that is where the rotation is. That is where the tornado could form. It could already be on the ground. We don't necessarily have to have a condensation funnel, but that is a textbook wall cloud forming on this small supercell. But again, it's not going to take much to get anything from this. So, okay, let's come back to me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Derek. That was a great job. So, northern Marshall County, so that camera is located somewhere in here, and it's going right, it's looking right over the storm right here is where that cloud lowering was. And so we've got a wall cloud with it. We couldn't tell if there was a tornado or not, but again, you don't necessarily need to have a condensation funnel to get that circulation down to the ground. So here's our possible, they just trimmed the tornado warning because here's our possible tornado going across Highway 68 right now. And there was a bridge in that shot. So I'm thinking the camera may have been right here and looking over the intersection of 95 and 24. And then it was looking right into there. Yeah, so there we go. And it just updated, so we can continue to look at that closely. Yeah, that is a pretty interesting cloud lowering that we are seeing there on the sky cam. And here's our possible tornado on radar. You can see we've got the rotation, green going towards the radar, red going away. It is pretty small, it's pretty tight, but in conditions like this, that's what we look for the possibility of a tornado. So if you're just tuning in, what's happening? You got some thunderstorms where you live. You're thinking, what's going on where I live? Well, let's back up just a little bit. We've got a tornado warning out for northern Marshall County now, and it also includes extreme southern Livingston County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning now that's probably, Lyon County can be trimmed from that, but it's Caldwell County. We're talking about the area south of Princeton. That storm will likely stay south of Princeton. If we put the wind velocity on, I'm not seeing any sign of a tornado right there, so I'm not overly concerned about the storm that is just south of Princeton. Our main concern is this storm that is moving towards Grand Rivers and Calvert City right here. Possible tornado. Again, we've got that sky cam right behind me is looking right into the base of this storm where the tornado would form. And you can see there is a distinct rain-free cloud base and a lowering, and hopefully everything stays aloft. So let's zoom back out, get everybody caught up to date on what's going on right now. Mount Vernon, we're watching this giant storm that could continue to head your way, and I'm expecting new development in this general area around 3 o'clock is what we're thinking. And then scattered thunderstorms, all like this, that have the possibility of producing spin-up type tornadoes, even long track tornadoes if the storm is strong enough. So it looks like that tower cam is, that's us right there behind me, and that's looking north into a developing storm right here. So we've got a couple of storms we're monitoring closely, but right now our biggest concern is the storm in western Kentucky. We also got new development here in northwestern Tennessee. Tornado watch out for the majority of the area until 5 o'clock. We will see other tornado watches issued. The severe weather threat is with us through at least midnight, the way it looks right now, unfortunately. So again, this is going to be a very, very long day here in the Heartland. And of course, this is why we issued that first alert action day, because we knew what was coming. We've been seeing today for quite some time. I've been talking with some of the other meteorologists here about how we've been able to, the models have done very, very good at Wednesday, and now today is Wednesday. So the possible tornado now is crossed based on this is, well, no, it's going to be right to the south. It's almost crossing Interstate 24. And again, if that camera is located right here, which I think it is, because it looks like the interstate takes a bend to the right looking at that, and the interstate takes a bend to the right here. So, so far it looks like nothing is down on the surface, but let's get a little closer to some of these roads, give you a heads up, your first alert. We're talking about areas along Highway 95, near Interstate 24 in northern Marshall County, Highway 62, Calvert City. This possible tornado is moving into your area. Cassie, have we heard anything else on this? No, we don't have any other updates. Is there a hail marker on that from our analyst site?
The one just north of us is at about an inch. So I would assume in the hill core just south of Calvert City, it's about roughly the same.
Okay.
So there's not a recent hail marker on that.
Okay. All right. So we've got a hail. When you say north of us, you're talking about the storm that's just north of Cape?
Sorry, just north of Calvert City, heading towards Francis in Salem.
Okay. All right. So the hail core in the body of the supercell is what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Because we're only looking at the lowest levels. This storm goes up much higher in the atmosphere, so we're probably seeing some large hail in this general area headed towards the Salem area, which is a little farther up to the north. But so far, good news. I've been watching that tower cam and I haven't seen anything. Of course, again, these are every minute we get a photo basically, so something can always happen within 60 seconds. It looks like it's actually updating faster than every 60 seconds, which is good. Oh, okay, good deal. Thanks, Roger. We're getting it. We're updating ourselves. That's awesome. So there's that tight circulation. It is tight, and it is. They just dropped the tornado warning. So do me let me back this up. I want to get everything back up, and I want to give it another round of velocity before we send things back to regular programming because of how quick these things have spun up. Can you make it large again for me, whether I'm in front of it or not? I just want to see the base with the updated photo because this gives me an idea of, because it's going to be a little bit closer than it was. Again, so what we're doing is I'm communicating right now with my, oh wow, he has me in here. Beautiful. Thank you, Derek. Okay, so here's what I was talking about. The tower's over here. I'm not sure if this is probably the intersection of 95 right here. You see the exit. And this was the lowering, and it doesn't appear to, it doesn't appear as significant as it was just a few minutes ago. And so hopefully, that looks like a little bit of scud cloud right there. What did they say with the cancellation? Did they give any, are they still monitoring it? Well, I know they're monitoring it, but I'm just trying to get the idea of what. If you go ahead and put the radar back behind me, Derek, that'd be fantastic. Thank you very much.
No, they didn't say anything with that canceled warning.
It looks like the rotation had weakened just a bit, and I know why we jumped on that is because of it's near the warm front, and we had those quick spin ups. I think, I think I've seen the video, so I know we've had some quick spin ups. But as we look at this right now, the area that we were seeing wrapping around is dissipating, which lets us know that the mid-levels of the tornado or the possible tornado are weaker. That's where the circulation is right now. It's weak. It's much weaker than it was. And when I look at the reflectivity, there's basically nothing there. So as of right now, it looks like everything is okay with that storm. Other than the fact, Calvert City up towards the Salem area, like you were talking about, in southern Livingston County, chance of seeing some pretty significant hail and gusty winds. Real quick, I'm going to zoom into our area that we're really monitoring closely because we have a new tornado warning on a new storm that has developed, and then we continue to have the other tornado warning, or it looks like maybe that other tornado warning may have been dropped. Nope, it's still there. So we've got this is the giant storm we've been watching. It's headed towards Perry County, Illinois. Again, you got a little less than an hour for you folks in Perry County, Illinois. And this storm is going to go through the Farmington area. It's going to be headed towards the northern parts of Perry County, Missouri. So Perry County, Missouri, this is your first alert. You got about an hour until this tornado warning storm is knocking on your door. And I got to tell you, our models have been showing this for a couple of days, that 2 long track supercells would do this in almost the exact location. And that's what we're seeing right now. So we're going to keep our eyes on the radar and keep you informed throughout the afternoon.
We interrupt this program for a first alert severe thunderstorm warning.
Couple of big storms, one just south and east of Princeton, another one that is moving through the Crittenden County area of Kentucky. Both of these have what is called egg-size hail. Now what is that? It's about 2 inches in diameter, so that is slightly bigger than golf balls. So I'm watching this closely. I'm also watching this little storm right here closely because it has tight rotation. And I want to kind of zoom into these storms first, kind of give you an idea. This storm is moving out of our viewing area. In about 5 minutes, it'll be moving out of Caldwell County. This is the storm we had the tornado warning on earlier. We'll take a look at the winds inside it. We're not seeing much in the way of any circulation right now, but again, thanks to the help from our viewers, you all sending us videos, the Weather Service is going to be a little more aggressive today based on what the reflectivity or when we see those tight hooks, the Weather Service is going to say, you know what, after what happened earlier, we need to go ahead and put a warning out on it. Now I want to go down to this cell that's south of Murray, Kentucky, because it has that appendage. Doesn't look like much. I'm sitting here looking at this saying, I'm not really too concerned with it. Thankfully, this is much weaker than it was just a second ago. Let me see what happens when we get into we place the storm relative winds on it, because this thing was rotating pretty strong and tightly just about 2 minutes ago. There it is right there. So you see that? That right there is a possible tornado. So I want to kind of we're going to stay with this for a little bit because these storms have been producing tornadoes quickly. And this storm is moving right towards Murray, Kentucky. And I know a lot of folks watch us in Murray, Kentucky. You probably have some kids that go to Murray State. Again, we've got a possible tornado, at least in our eyes here on First Alert Doppler Network, based on what's happened earlier today with some other storms. And again, that is moving towards the Murray, Kentucky area. Let me go ahead and put a storm track on that. It's moving up to the north-northeast at about 30 miles per hour is what we've been tracking most of these storms. This one, I think, has a little more northerly component to it. Will you look at it on Gibson Ridge for me there?
Yeah.
And just roll it into motion. Let me know if it's a little more northerly than what we see on the other storms.
Okay.
Because I think it was going a little more northerly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to draw the track just about like this. So again, Murray, Kentucky, 2.5 hours until this storm where there is circulation moves into your area. Now it is weak on radar, very weak. The updraft is weak, not all that impressive, but man, does it have some rotation. So I wanted to give the folks in Murray and Callaway County your first alert that if this gets any stronger, we could see a tornado warning. Now it is moving out of Weakley County. Let's zoom way into it, and you can see right along Highway 190 here, that's where the possible rotation is. Now I'm going to scope it again so we can have the storm relative velocity on it, and you can see it. That is a tight rotation. The outbounds are very weak, but the outbounds have been weak all day with the other two tornadoes that did touch down in the Heartland. So I'm watching this storm very, very closely. Again, that's headed towards Murray, Kentucky, and it's going to be there in, what did we say, about 2:30, I think, is when it was going through the Murray, Kentucky area. All right, let's pan out and take a look at our other big storms that we're watching. Again, the main concern with this storm in Crittenden County is very large hail, slightly larger than golf balls. We've got another storms that we're watching here in Lake and Obion County, and then, of course, our giant storm that we've been watching all day. Now, the tornado warning has been dropped on it, but let's talk a little bit about that because I think we have a tornado moving into St. Genevieve right now, or a possible one right here. We've got it's definitely some circulation right there, and when you look, you see the hook echo right there. You see the inflow notch. Again, this is just outside of our area, but it is headed towards Perry County in Illinois and northern Jackson County in Illinois as well. And this storm has been going for hours, and I don't see it weakening. So I want to give everybody their first alert well out ahead of this storm. And yeah, National Weather Service in St. Louis is probably going to issue I would think they issue a tornado warning on that storm here shortly. And that might even clip northern Perry County. I think it's going to miss the airport, just north of the airport, but it may head towards the Chester area. But this storm will head right into Perry County, and you can see we have a tornado warning on that storm. We can look at the shear on this, and you can see there's that possible tornado right there. You can see that possible tornado right there. And this storm has rotation in the mid-levels, but it has become majorly rain-wrapped and is just producing very, very large hail. So, again, to update you, watching a storm closely that's headed towards Murray, Kentucky. We may be jumping back on the air if this strengthens up a little bit more. Egg-size hail moving out of Crittenden County. A couple of possible tornadoes about to move into our northwestern counties. Going to be a very, very busy afternoon, and we're going to be right here to keep you safe. All right, all right, all right. Yep, you ready? Yes, sir.
We interrupt this program for a first alert severe thunderstorm warning.
I want to get everybody up to date on the severe thunderstorms that we have going across the Heartland right now. New warning that just came out for Lake and Obion counties in northwestern Tennessee. And I do want to talk about this storm that's south of Murray, Kentucky. I want to let folks know we showed you earlier the rotation was fairly strong. That rotation has weakened significantly, and hopefully that trend will continue as it moves into Callaway County. But let's get you caught up to date on the severe thunderstorm because it is taking on a supercell shape as well. You can easily make out that hook shape right here. So we've got some mid-level rotation. So this is your first alert also for Fulton County and southern Mississippi County and western Hickman counties. This is headed your way off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. When I look at the winds inside it, the low-level rotation is there, but it's very, very weak. But as you go up higher in the storm, the rotation is a little higher. And that's why we're getting this. You can, when I do the true reflectivity, which is what the Doppler radar gives us, you can really make out that hook that's trying to form. Now, hail up to the size of quarters at least will be falling from this storm. Possibility of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds as it moves off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to put a track on it because I wanted to show you this is not only for our folks in Lake and Obion counties. This is going to be moving into western Kentucky and likely the extreme eastern parts of Mississippi County. It may just miss Mississippi County, but we're going to kind of come up to the northeast. And this is an hour-long track. You can see it may ride the Mississippi River right there. Hickman at about 226, Clinton at about 250, Arlington at 303. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm. It has mid-level rotation, large hail, gusty winds, and if the low-level rotation gets a little stronger, it very well could produce a tornado as it moves into western Kentucky. Now, the other storms we're going to give you an update on moving out of Crittenden County is the storm that had 2-inch diameter hail. It's now out of Crittenden County, or right on the border of Crittenden County. It's moving out, but at times we see a little bit of weak rotation here in northern Crittenden County, so we're going to continue to monitor that closely. It's not showing signs of any tornadoes. Now, this green and red that you see here is actually a downburst signal, so I'm not really, this would be the rotation right here. Green towards the radar, red away, that's the counterclockwise. When you get this clockwise, that's separating, the winds are spreading apart. That's a downburst signature in northern Crittenden County that could be producing some 60 mile per hour winds, but the possible rotation would form right here. All right, before we throw things back to regular scheduled programming, I want to give you an update on the tornado warning storms. The tornado near Farmington looks a little weaker now, so that's definitely a good trend, but this one has looked pretty angry for the past 15 minutes. And again, this is moving towards northern Jackson County in southern Illinois and also southern Perry County. This is on a beeline basically for the DuQuoin area if it holds together. And again, we've seen some tight rotation. The rotation is not as tight as it was, at least when I look at the winds. We'll scope it real fast to see when we take in consideration the movement of the storm. And we can see right here, there's that possible tornado. It looks a little weaker than it did just about 10 minutes ago. But I want to give you your first alert for southern Perry County in Illinois and northern Jackson County in Illinois. This storm is less than an hour away and is producing very large hail and has the potential to produce tornadoes. We're going to keep our eyes on the radar throughout the afternoon to keep you safe. Hey, Derek, just so you know, I'm not going on the air right this second. I don't have my IFB in, so you don't have to talk back to me. That warning, the storm's not there yet. I'm trying to just get as much breathing time as possible before things get really, really nutty. We will go on the air here shortly for that storm as it gets closer, and also if this storm in northwest Tennessee continues to look a little tighter in rotation. So we'll probably be going on in about 4 or 5 minutes, but I'm just trying to give myself a little rest. Yes, sir. Can you hear?
We interrupt this program for a first alert severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning out for northern Perry County, Missouri, for Perry County and northern Jackson County in southern Illinois. We're still watching this cell in Obion County that is weakened just a bit, but it is moving into Fulton and Hickman counties. And I'm still watching a little bit of rotation on this storm just south of Murray, Kentucky. But so far that has not been as strong as it was about 15 minutes ago. So let me zoom into these storms that we're watching real closely. Again, we've got a possible tornado south of Sparta and north of Chester, and we've had numerous reports of up to baseball-sized hail with this core. Now, I was just checking, and it looks like the hail core has come down just a bit as it's about to move into Perry County and Jackson County in Illinois. Let's put a track on where the possible tornado is right now and kind of go off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. We'll do an hour-long track here, and you can see some of the areas that will be impacted by this possible tornado. DuQuoin at 324, Pinckneyville at 309, Steelville at 238. Again, this is a possible tornado in Randolph County. The National Weather Service in Paducah has gone with a severe thunderstorm warning for now, but the circulation, again, is still about 45 minutes from entering our viewing area. Now the gust front from this supercell thunderstorm is moving into northern Perry County right now, so we're going to have to watch that. And there was rotation right here. Earlier we had a tornado warning with this storm near Farmington, and you can see we've got a little bit of a hot pixel, so we'll have to watch that, see if green gets up next to it. But mainly we're seeing a gust front right now with this activity. The radar just fixed it, but you could see that rotation right to the north of Chester. And again, that's moving, going to go right along the county line of Jackson County and Perry County in Illinois. And strong gusty winds are going to be moving into northern Perry County. Most of that activity is going to be just to the north of Perryville. You can see the warning is just north of the city. So from about exit, 135 north is not exit, but mile marker 135 north. Actually, there is an exit at 135. So from there north is where the warning is. It does include the airport there in Perryville. We're following the flanking line coming off this supercell to see if we get any new redevelopment. Lots of development here along the Mississippi River that we're going to be watching as well. Now let's go down and give you an update on the severe thunderstorms that are in northwestern Tennessee that are headed towards western Kentucky. This one north and west of Union City. We'll kind of zoom into this because it was showing some pretty decent rotation earlier. It has weakened, but we can see the hail core is going to move right across Fulton and Hickman counties. It's going to go east of Hickman, the worst of it, right over Dixie right now in northwestern Obion County is where we are seeing more than likely the worst of it right now. I'm going to scope this as well to see what the rotation looks like, because earlier it looked like the rotation was trying to tighten up. It's been looking a little weaker, but you can see there it's broad. You see how it's spread apart, but there is still a little bit of low-level rotation that we'll be monitoring that as well. If that tightens up, we could see a tornado warning issued for parts of Fulton and Hickman counties, and if so, of course, we'll be here to follow that as well. All right, last storm I want to talk about real quick before we throw it back to regular programming is the storm that is moving towards Murray, Kentucky. I think the storm itself is going to stay just south of Murray. It's going to go across the southeastern parts of Callaway County, and you can see I think that's pronounced Puryear, that is in northern Henry County in Tennessee. That's just outside of our viewing area, but it is moving into Callaway County, and this storm at times has shown some circulation. And it still is. It's not as tight as it was when I showed you earlier when it was moving out of Weakley County. But you can see the green going towards the radar, red going away. So if an updraft were to form right over that rotation, it could strengthen. So we're watching that radar closely as well, and we will continue to do so. So let me back things up, get everybody caught up to date. We'll see the entire area. Again, we've got severe thunderstorm warning for northern Crittenden County. That storm's moved out of the area. And we've got these supercells that are developing south and west of Paducah. Some of these could start to rotate and be warned here shortly as well. And more storms developing along the Mississippi River. Looks like it's going to be a busy afternoon and evening, and we'll be right here keeping you safe. Okay, I hear me now, so I know you guys can hear me. You guys are getting set up. I'm ready to go when you guys are.
We interrupt this program for a first alert weather advisory.
Folks, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. The storm we talked about moving south and east of Murray, Kentucky. This storm that is in far eastern Hardin County, going to clip southeastern Gallatin County. There needs to be a warning on it. It has a very high hail core. I expect a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued on this shortly. Our radar is indicating hail up to the size of golf balls there in eastern Hardin County. And then we continue to monitor this right here, a very intense storm with up to golf ball size hail. Again, the hail core came down a little bit on this big supercell that's been lasting for hours, but still golf ball size hail and a possible tornado that could be moving into the area here shortly. So let's kind of zoom into this storm right here, because this is the storm that I really want to be concerned with. You can see that hook that is right there just east of 641. And when I take a look at the shear in there, we continue to see some rotation with this. It's broad. You can see how it's spread out. But it is rotating, and I just want to give everybody a heads up in Murray, your first alert, that this is not going to hit you. We had talked about it earlier. It has moved a little bit more to the right, so it is going to be headed just off to the south and east. And we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning you see was issued for Graves County and Fulton and Hickman counties. We'll get to that in a second. And I think that other severe thunderstorm that just popped up is probably the Hardin County storm that I was talking about. But this storm right here that has shown some signs of weak rotation is headed towards New Concord, headed towards the Kentucky Lake here in extreme southeastern Callaway County. Again, we've seen a couple of tornadoes touch down briefly with this type of look. So there's a chance we could get a little spin-up tornado that could be moving in towards the extreme southeastern parts of Callaway County right now. Again, this is south and east of Murray, Kentucky. So Murray, Kentucky, you're not under the gun for this storm. You're not out of the woods yet because we got a long afternoon to go. So new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that is near Woodland Mills, northwest of Union City. It's moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Again, this is southeastern Hickman and eastern Fulton County and basically the southern parts of Mayfield County. We're going to, not Mayfield County, Graves County. Sorry about that, folks. The storm itself is still in northern Obion County. We do have a little bit of an inflow notch moving right into Woodland Mills. We'll take a look at the winds inside this as well. And it is some low-level circulation right here crossing, I'm not sure what the highway is out of Woodland Mills. It's 125 in Kentucky. I think it changes its name when it goes into Tennessee, but it's on the northwest side of Union City. Again, there is some rotation there. It is not all that strong, but we're going to continue to watch that as well because that is moving, of course, into Fulton and Hickman counties as we speak. Now I want to pan out and see if that other warning was for the cell that I kind of said that I think there should have been a warning on because our radar was showing some pretty big hail. And yep, it is. All right, so we already warned you about that. It's near Elizabethtown. It's a very large hail. It's going to clip the extreme southeastern parts of Gallatin County, like I said. Other storms I'm watching, a new cell developing to the south of Paducah. All these storms, all these showers even that don't even produce lightning have rotation in them in today's environment. And the low-level shear is going to increase over the next 3 hours. So we're going to get even more rotation to the atmosphere for these little tiny cells that develop to take on a spin. Now, real quick before I throw it back to regular programming, let's get a look at the storm that is near Chester. You can really see that inflow notch. It is a very broad, large rotation, but wow, you can see that little curly Q right there. It shows up very well. And there's where the possible tornado is, right there to the north and east of Chester. And again, giving you your first alert, we're going to throw it back to regular programming here in a second, but this is southern Perry County, Illinois, northern Jackson County, Illinois. Wouldn't surprise me if you end up going under a tornado warning here shortly, as that storm is going to be crossing into your area within the next 15 minutes or so. So even if the tornado is warned here shortly and it's still outside your area, we're probably going to be catching our breath and looking at some other things while we can. This line continues to intensify down towards Farmington and down towards Ironton. This is going to be headed into the southern parts of Perry County, northern Cape Girardeau County. I think we just got a new warning as well. Let me go ahead and I'm going to pan on out because we're just getting warnings issued left and right. So it's for that cell I was talking about that's just near southwest of Paducah. They're just blowing up very, very rapidly. A lot of instability. Oh, and by the way, after we get this mess out of here, there'll be probably a little lull in the action. And then look, we have numerous supercells developing out to our west. These are all going to move across our area during the late evening hours. So again, everybody is under the threat of severe weather that watches us in our viewing area between now and at least midnight. We're going to be keeping our eyes on the radar for you closely and keeping you informed throughout the evening. Yeah, I can hear you. You ready? No, it could be severe thunderstorm. I don't care what it is. I just want to get on the air like right now.
We interrupt this program for a first alert weather advisory.
All right, I want to give the first alert. New Concord, I think we have a tornado that is forming right now, moving south and east of Hazel with this. Do me a favor, Cassie, will you put the radar into play mode for me, max 1? I don't have it in play mode, I think, because the interactivity is not working. All right, okay, thank you very much. All right, let's get back to this. We got lots of warnings, but right now I think we have a tornado moving into New Concord. This is south and east of Murray, Kentucky. This is south and east of Murray, Kentucky. You can see this strong hook, but there was very, very tight circulation just a second ago. The tightest I've seen all day, and there it is, very tight. So yeah, so if you live along Highway 121 there in southeastern Callaway County, get in your safe spot right now. We have a possible tornado that is forming. Again, we don't have an official tornado warning, but this rotation is a lot stronger and tighter than what I saw with the rotation that caused 2 tornadoes to touch down earlier today. So I'm trusting my eyes, I'm trusting what I see on the radar to keep you safe. Again, this is headed in towards New Concord right now. You can see the hook echo. Radar indicates some pretty large hail as well at times. What's the hail marker on that, Cassie?
1.5 inches.
So we're talking about the radar is showing that the storm right here over New Concord is holding hail up to the size of ping pong balls. I don't know if it's reaching the surface or not, but this is a classic mini supercell. It's very small, but it goes way up in the air, and it's just the way these classic storms work. You get the hail, the rain, the lightning, then there's a little pause, it calms down, and then the tornado is right here wrapping in. Now the tornado is still, if there is a tornado, it is in Henry County right now, but it is about to move into, there it is, right there. That's that possible tornado. It is very small. This, again, is a mini supercell, and you can see the low levels, the green wrapping around. So let me back things up just a bit, because we now have what I like to call a donut hole shape to it. That's the rain wrapping around. You see that? So the velocity didn't update right now. It's going to update in a second, but the reflectivity did. That is a possible tornado right now crossing into extreme southeastern Callaway County. It's going to be moving into the New Concord area, Highway 121. If you have a basement in this area, please seek shelter in the basement. If you don't have a basement, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible by getting to the lowest level of your home, finding that center interior room to put as many walls between you and the outside. Again, officially no tornado warning, but based on what's happened today, we have to take every one of these little sharp couplets that form very seriously, and we're still seeing it. It's wrapping around right here, a possible tornado moving into Callaway County right now, southeastern Callaway County. This is Kentucky Lake right here. You can see New Concord. I think there's some sort of big camp or something that's located right here on Kentucky Lake. I know my news director, Roger, I think, was telling me there's a camp here somewhere that a lot of people go to. And that's where this is headed right now. So again, a possible tornado. There is no tornado warning, but this storm has been rotating like crazy. There's even spotters on it that have seen a wall cloud. Now I'm going to ask you real quick, Cassie, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning.
It's for weekly. It's in Tennessee.
Oh, it's in Tennessee. Okay. So, yeah, we can see new storms that are developing. That's part of the complex that we see here from Union City down towards Dredson and Martin. So the possibility of some hail, high winds. And again, we'll be watching for any quick little spin-ups. We got a little rotation right here north and east of Union City. It doesn't appear too bad, but man, you could see this rotation on this storm right here. It is moving into southeastern Callaway County, and based on what happened earlier with the storms, we're going to stay with this as it moves across southeastern Callaway County, because we do have a lot of viewers right here. We've got New Concord located right here, and I want to make sure that everybody knows that I'm not talking about Murray, Kentucky. We mentioned earlier, because this storm was moving when it was right here, was moving more to the north-northeast. It has turned a little bit to the right, which increases the low-level circulation. And so that is why we're staying with this right now as a possible tornado moving into the area. And you can see this bright purple shading, just an intense thunderstorm. And right here is where we're seeing the wraparound. So let me back things up, because we got a lot of storms going on. We've got the severe storm moving into Paducah right now. We've got a severe storm that's moving in towards the Mayfield area. We've got a couple of other severe storms that are moving towards Martin, Tennessee and Dresden, Tennessee. We've got this giant storm that, notice the tornado warning has been canceled with it. So hopefully that's a good sign. We can get this out of here, get about a 2 to 3 hour break, get all these little mini supercells out before our next round moves in. But this storm right here in southeastern Callaway County, it is intense, and I personally think that there's a possible tornado with it based on what the radar is showing and based on what's happened earlier today. What's the hail marker, if you would, near Sparta and Chester with the storm that's moving into Pinckneyville?
Yes, it is at almost 3 inches. So
wow. So the core of the storm
baseball
is growing, so we're getting baseball-sized hail again, possibly. And again, this is moving into the Pinckneyville area. We've been talking about you for 2 or 3 hours with this storm, trying to give you as much of your first alert as we can. As we take a look at the winds inside, we still have circulation right here, but it is much, much weaker. And we've got a gust front well out ahead of it. You can see it, and it's probably going into the Perryville area as we speak. And that's going to cause probably these storms to weaken because the rain-cooled air is going to set up down towards Fredericktown, and then we'll have to see what develops a little bit farther to the south. But again, the main reason I'm on the air right now is for the storm that is in extreme southeastern Callaway County. This is south and east of Murray, Kentucky, near New Concord, and radar showing a possible tornado. Again, officially there's no tornado warning, but we've already had 2 tornadoes touch down, unfortunately, without tornado warnings. And this storm has the tightest rotation that I've seen so far today on radar. And it is a very compact little storm, as you can see here. It's not very big at all. But what's the hail marker on this storm, Cassie?
On Tennessee, north of
just to the southeast of Murray, Kentucky.
about an inch.
About an inch. So a very compact storm that could be dropping quarter-size hail. But look, Cassie, you see what I'm talking about right there?
Yeah.
That is a very tight rotation. And in today's environment, now it looks as though that is maybe a little bit of an old image. I want to step away. I'm going to keep talking right now. I want to look at it on ours because I think this other system, we get the data a little bit quicker.
It still looks like a pretty good couplet on.
Yeah, okay,
that.
this is, okay, they're just updated. So it is moved into Callaway County, and the newest update, it's still there, but it's not quite as tight as it was. And hopefully that trend will continue. But again, we're talking about you folks in New Concord, south and east of Murray, Kentucky. I need you in your safe spot because this storm is rotating. We've got the donut shape right there. You see the eye, which means the rotation is circulating and moving that rain all the way around. You see that went away. The circulation is about to cross over Highway 121 right now. Let's scope it, see if we got a new velocity. No, it's still the same. You can see there's the, okay, just updated. There's the, it is still saying it's just south. I think that's some old data. It's got to be right here crossing, it's going to be right here crossing Highway 121. So let's zoom in and get a few more rows to pop up because this is about to move out of our area. And once it moves out of our area, we'll throw things back to the regular program unless we get another tornado warning. But it's crossing Highway 121 right now, as we can see. And again, you can see here, this is Kentucky Lake. So if there's any lake homes that you know, or anybody, if you live along the lake of Kentucky Lake and you're near New Concord, you need to be seeking shelter right now as we have a possible tornado right here that is moving into the southeastern parts of Callaway County. Now I know there have been some spotters on it. Okay, this is updated. So we can see the rotation has broadened out a little bit. So hopefully it is weakening and we can kind of do away with this because that was a really tight rotation in today's environment. Yeah, it is broadening. Notice how the red and the green are now separated a little bit. Earlier they were bright green and bright red right next to each other. That's the sign of a tornado. This is more of a sign of a circulating thunderstorm, but we've got the rotation. It is much broader, so we likely no longer have that tornado. But based on that, I think the tornado touched down maybe just in northern Henry County based on that velocity that we saw earlier. So let's get everybody caught up to date before we throw things back to a regular program. Again, that tight circulation has broadened significantly as it's headed towards New Concord. We'll continue to watch it. We've got numerous other cells. I want to look at all 3 of these before I throw things back because these are those isolated supercells that can sometimes produce quick spin-up tornadoes. And let's look at the winds inside these. And I'm not seeing, there's broad rotation, broad. So I'm not seeing anything that's really an issue with these storms. Let's check out the storm that's headed into Paducah right now that is showing a little bit of a hook echo, showing that there's a little bit of possibility of some rotation. You can see that little tiny hook right there south of Paducah. Let's take a look at the winds inside there. Not much. So that's definitely some good news. And then we're going to expand things out, and we're going to take another quick look at the storm that's moving into Perry County and Jackson County in Illinois, because that's been the big storm of the day, producing all the hail and numerous tornado warnings. We've got a severe thunderstorm that's moving towards Perryville, but this is the one that's been showing up to baseball-size hail at times and some rotation. There's a little kink right there, but it's nowhere near as strong as it was. It's moving into Perry County right now. Let me look at taking consideration the storm's motion, and it's there, but it's not all that bright and tight like we saw on the other storms. So with that said, New Concord, that possible tornado looks like it's dissipating now as it moves just to your southeast and is about to move over Kentucky Lake. We've got lots of storms brewing across the area and a lot of storms out to the west that'll move in later tonight. We're going to be here all day keeping you informed.
I was going to say you might want to tour around Makanda, but that's okay. I was going to tell you to look around Makanda, but that's okay.
Well, I can.
I don't want to yell at you when you're talking.
Oh, you do. If you see something
Okay.
that you're concerned with, just throw it out. Yeah, we might. We'll watch that. That's kind of what the.
Looks better on this.
That's
The
what
little bit of a.
That's what the. That's what that other storm looked like that was in Jackson County that caused the tornado.
Yeah. A close eye near Carnot too. These suckers in Tennessee are blowing up pretty good.
Is it Thursday yet?
I feel you.
I'm looking so forward to not stepping foot in here.
I can't believe they didn't put a warning on that one.
Which one?
On the one that we were just covering. The one that was in.
Oh, the tornado warning?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a no-brainer.
That was wild.
That's why I went on TV. I mean, again, on days like today, trust your own eyes. I mean, look at this. So you see how it's
Yeah.
way spread apart now.
Yeah.
But I mean,
No, that was a.
that is like, boom, that's a tornado.
Yeah.
Even there.
That's really good.
And then, but you see this one right before, when you zoom way in, it's extremely tight. You've got this
Oh,
one
yeah.
pixel that's like a 100-mile-per-hour pixel. That's like extremely tight rotation. play. Let's go. Tornado warning. I can. Go.
We interrupt this program for a first alert weather advisory.
We have a news tornado warning has been issued. This is for near Makanda there in parts of Jackson County, southeastern Jackson County. This is going to go into southwestern Williamson County if it holds together. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for just about all of Perry County and the northwestern parts of Jackson County. See the little hatch lines on it? That means it's a tornado possible warning. And again, the tornado warning, possible warning for Perry County and Jackson County in Illinois as well. So let's zoom into these areas and take a closer look, especially at this mechanic, because this storm, Cassie and I were just looking at it. Matter of fact, she was noticing it. She's been watching it for a while for me, and it looked very, very similar to the storm that did the damage in northwestern Jackson County, I think near the town of Coda. Is right near Highway 3 in the far northwestern parts, just north and west of the Gorham areas. But here's our tornado. You can see that hook echo. It's going to cross Highway 51 between Carbondale and Makanda. Let's zoom on in a little closer because there's probably a lot of roads in this area that need to be warned. Again, this little purple area could be the actual tornado if it's on the ground. It's going right towards Highway 51. You can see Grassy Road. What is this road right here? Giant City Road. You're under the gun as well. Looks like County Highway 51 or Old County Highway 51 that crosses over towards Giant City Road. That's where we're seeing the possible tornado. So let's kind of go in and we'll look at the wind shear in this, and we can compare it to what we saw in Tennessee. And it's there, it's rotating, but it's nowhere near as strong as what we saw briefly in northern Henry County in Tennessee moving into Callaway County. But that is our possible tornado right there. And again, these storms are taking on what we call low precipitation characteristics. There's not a lot of rain wrapping around the mesocyclone, so it's not really showing up very well on velocity, and we really have to rely on these hook echoes that you see here, right here, to kind of say, okay, we've got a problem, we've got a possible tornado. So again, you need to be in your basement if you have one. This is southeastern Jackson County in southern Illinois. We need to be in your basement if you have one. If you don't have a basement, get to that interior lowest level room. We want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible as we continue to monitor this developing situation. A possible tornado moving right between Makanda and Carbondale. It's going to be going off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. If it holds together, it's going to be headed towards the 13 corridor between Carbondale and Marion. And I know we've got a lot of businesses and some population areas all along the 13 corridor. That is where this possible tornado is headed. Now I want to take a look at Perryville and also the DuQuoin area with this storm. Pinckneyville, we've got a giant storm. This is the one what's the hail marker on it right now for me, Cassie? Earlier it was baseball size.
Yeah, we're tennis ball.
Tennis ball size hail. So that could cause a tremendous amount of damage to your vehicle. You wouldn't want to be driving in this. So, I mean, anybody, and it's almost worth noting, just get to your safe spot with a storm like this because the hail could cause tremendous damage to windows. I've seen hail punch holes in sidings in houses when it's driven by the wind. So a particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm south of Pinckneyville, moving through the Ava area right now. We're going to look at the winds inside this as well because this is the storm that was rotating. It's not really kinking up right now the way it looks. So I don't think we're going to have a tornado, but we could easily have 70 mile per hour winds moving across the Ava area over towards Elkville and then the DuQuoin area. And if it decides to, of course, this could wrap up and then we could get a little bit of a tornado on this storm. Now let's pan down to the storm that's moving into Perryville right now because we do have another severe thunderstorm warning. Lots of wind with this storm, a lot of turbulence. You see all these kinks. Not really tornadoes, just a turbulent environment. I'm sure there is a tremendous shelf cloud with this storm, a very ominous storm, more than likely moving into Perryville right now. And you can see, here comes the storm moving into Perryville. This is exit 129. It's about to cross exit 129 as we speak. Very strong gusty winds and the possibility of some hail. Matter of fact, Cassie, I think Nikki is right there. If you wanted to give her a text and see if she can send you a snapshot of what it might look like right there and give us an idea of the storm that's moving into Perryville right now. But again, we have a tornado warning out for southeastern Jackson County. This is going to be headed right between Carbondale and Maconda, right here, right across Highway 51. Other storms that we've been watching closely, severe thunderstorm moving out of the Paducah area with hail. Watching this storm closely, you notice it has that kink to it. And again, it doesn't take much in today's environment. And we've got a little bit of a weak rotation right there, right along that kink. So we'll have to watch this storm to see if it intensifies. Now let's pan on down to the other storms we've been watching. The storm we were watching in New Concord has moved out of our area, thankfully, and we're still seeing that rotation. And we're seeing, boy, this really jumps out at you right there, doesn't it? So we have rotation forming in northern Weakley County. That's going to be headed towards southern Graves County possibly. And we've got another area of rotation right there near Fulton that is in extreme southern Hickman County now. So let's see if it lines up with where, well, the velocity data is a little old. It'll be getting refreshed here in just a second. But so we had that, let me scope it because I want to kind of track to see where that possible rotation, well, not possible rotation, it is rotation, but to see if it could lead into a possible tornado. So we've got this right here near Palmersville. And so yeah, we've got a couple of storms that are rotating here in Tennessee and Western Kentucky, but they're not rotating all that fast right now. But again, it doesn't take, man, that storm is still impressive. That is moving now between the lakes there. And it's got a tremendous hail core, and it is just spinning like a top. Hopefully there was no tornado in New Concord. Haven't heard of any damage. I'm hoping there wasn't, but I wanted to jump on to give everybody their first alert that was in the danger of that storm. Now here's our possible tornado. Well, you can really make out the hook right there. The possible tornado would be crossing Highway 51 as we speak. So let me zoom on in. And you can see, I'm going to zoom on in even closer because this is going on the southern end of Carbondale. And you can see Bosquedale Road. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it or not, but Bosquedale Road. And this is in southeastern Jackson County, and Giant City Road. Right there, that's where the possible tornado is. Let's see, Cassie, what are they looking at behind you? Is that Perryville? Look at the monitor behind you. Is that I think that's Perryville.
I'm not sure yeah, Perryville, I-55.
Okay, so the gust fronts pass through. What you're seeing there is what we call the whale's mouth of the storm, where it's just all bubbly on the underside of the storm behind Cassie. That is the storm that's moving into Perryville right now. That's not a tornado threat, that's just a high wind threat. But this is our tornado threat right now. If we put the winds on here, we can see there's our possible tornado. It's getting a little tighter now on the south side of Bosquedale Road. That's going to be going right towards the intersection there of Giant City. Now we have a new tornado warning, so let me get us caught up to date here on this tornado warning. And it is an extension of the tornado warning we're talking about. So what this is for Williamson County, this is going into the Marion area. Yeah, possible tornado moving in as we speak. This should stay just south of Carterville, but again, I mentioned the not the I-13, but the 13 corridor between Marion and Carbondale. There are a lot of businesses out there. You've got the lake right there that a lot of folks go to, and that is where this possible tornado is headed right now. We can see it on radar. Here's our tornado right here. Maconda, the tornado is just to your north. Carbondale, the tornado is just to your south. It's going to continue to move off to the north and to the east, and it's going to be headed towards, if it holds together, it's going to be crossing Highway 13 just to the east of this highway. Can't really make out what that highway is right now. 148, and it's headed right towards Marion. And I don't think Marion's officially in the warning yet, but if it holds together, it will be. All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up, so let's take a look and see where this is. And this new severe thunderstorm warning is for southern Graves County. It's for this storm right here that we're watching. And you can see that Even First Alert Doppler network on that storm that went through the New Concord is saying, hey, look at me, look at me. We got, we've got a possible spin up. Actually, they've issued a tornado warning for it now, just east of, you can see that red square. So, but it's just out of our area. That's Nashville responsibility. They just entered that tornado warning. So I want to back things up, get everybody up to date. Again, we've got a lot of activity going on, and we are just getting started. We've got a possible tornado that is moving south of Carbondale right now and should stay just south of Carterville, and it will intersect Highway 13 just east of Carterville and head towards Marion if it holds together. Very strong supercell thunderstorms are starting to bow out right here from Ava, down towards Perryville. Some very gusty winds, and we continue to monitor this area right here because we are anticipating new thunderstorm development out in this area of Missouri, and unfortunately that will move our way. And then after that, we actually have the cold front, which is back here. Numerous warnings, including tornado warnings on the cold front. That's going to be headed towards us as well. And the cold front will clear our area at about midnight tonight. So again, we've got a long way to go. New Concord, that tornado warning is just to your east. That's the storm we were talking about. That's the storm we were focused on for quite some time because it was showing rotation. And now that officially has a tornado warning out on it. But our one tornado warning that we are concerned with in our viewing area is the one that is moving into southeastern Jackson County. You can see the hook echo right here. Also very nasty storm. Not seeing a tornado in it right now, but I'm telling you, this storm's got large hail. This storm's got very gusty winds. This storm will do some damage. This storm will knock power out. And this is a storm that is moving towards Du Quoin. It just moved through the Ava area. We got a little bit of a kink right here. We're going to see if we get a new tornadic formation, but right now that's not happening. But look at that hook with the storm that is south of Carbondale. Again, I don't really need to even look at velocity to know where this is. You can just kind of look and see right here. That's where the possible tornado is, and it's crossing into Williamson County. That is going to be just south of the Carterville area. So if I took my fingers, kind of watch this, here's where it's going to go. It's going to go over the Spillway Road, and it's going to go over 148, and then it's going to cross over Highway 13, and then it's going to cross over Interstate 57 on the northwest side of Marion at its current speed and position and path. Is there a hail marker on this near Carterville right now on this tornado warning storm?
Yeah, tennis ball, 2.5.
Wow. So not only is it possibly producing a tornado, but it's producing 2-inch or greater hail, and that could pound Carbondale and Carterville. That could do a lot of damage to cars and businesses and roofs and homes, just the heavy hail that could come down with this storm as it moves across. But you can see, without a doubt, that hook echo that is moving towards Marion. Again, Marion, officially you're not in this warning, but I want to give you as much of a first alert as we can on days like today about what could be coming. Now, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that had popped up while I was looking at that, so let's go see where that is. And again, this one has a little bit of rotation with it as well, and this is, looks like, I'm thinking northern Pope County. I don't really like the way the map was drawn. I think, yeah, no, here's Pope County. And
Pope, Massac, and Johnson.
So Johnson County, and we've got, you see what First Alert Doppler network is showing? We've got a mesocyclone. It's rotating near Gantown, and this is going to go just north of New Columbia. So this is about to cross Interstate 24. That black line right there means that a tornado is possible with that storm as well. So let's back things up. I'm going to step off for a second. I got to get a quick sip of water. We're going to come back on here because we got a lot of activity going on right now. We've got numerous tornado warnings. Well, we've got 2 tornado warnings, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and we're about a third of the way through this event based on what time it is right now. So we've got, unfortunately, I think we have a long way to go. I'm looking at things and seeing if we have any new development going to our west. I'm looking at some satellite imagery. I'm just trying to determine when we're going to see more storms develop out to our west. And we may not until the front gets here, and that would be a blessing if that happens, because we're going to continue to see all these storms. We've got the outflow boundary from that giant supercell this morning. It looks like it's stalling now in northern Iron County through central Madison County, northern Bullinger County, northern Cape Girardeau County. And that could be the focus for more damaging weather later on today as the storms that are on the front move in. So let me kind of show you what I'm talking about. This storm right here has produced a significant outflow boundary, but it looks like, based on the satellite, that the strong southerly winds across southeast Missouri has caused that boundary to kind of stall right here. So we'll see if it remains that way. If it stays stalled right here, and then we get more storms from out here that can focus that boundary, that makes them the possibility of being more severe. So right now, we're going to take things to true reflectivity. It will look a little pixelated because reflectivity, we smooth it out a little bit for TV, but on days like today, I want to see exactly what's happening, and this is the only way you see exactly what the true radar is showing, and that concerns me. Confirmed tornado on the ground, moving into the Marion area. So Marion, get in your safe spot right now. We have a confirmed tornado. We're going to take a look at the shear with this, and there it is, a definite tornado that has developed and it is crossing into Williamson County. I don't see the CC drop yet, but that's the debris ball right there. That is the actual tornado. So let's zoom in a little closer and get you your first alert for places that are in the path of this tornado. Again, purple, when it pops up, that means a confirmed tornado. Cassie, what are they saying? Is it radar confirmed, or does somebody actually spot it, is what I want to know.
Hang on.
Just click on the purple warning and it should tell you if it was radar. So Spillway Road, this is where that tornado is headed. This is the tornado. It's going over Giant City Road right now. So we've got Giant City Road right now.
It says tornado was observed. So
okay, so that makes sense. I didn't see the CC drop, so that's what I was thinking. I didn't think it was radar indicated. So this isn't radar determined. This is somebody's actually watching this tornado on the ground right now. And I would assume there definitely is one based on this little hook. Look at the hook. We've got a tremendous hook shape right here, and this is the debris ball. So this right here is the tornado. It is on the ground, and it is moving across the borderline. It is headed towards Spillway Road.
It confirmed a large tornado.
Confirmed large tornado. Now, what I'm wondering, and I'm looking for something, and yeah, this map doesn't have it. I should have known that. I'm trying to remember the name of the lake that this is going towards. So this is headed towards, I want to get everybody as many land marks as possible to keep you safe. This is a large tornado. It is on the ground, and it is, that's Crab Orchard, I think. Yeah, Crab Orchard. So Spillway Road, I'm looking at Google Maps right here. So this is headed towards Spillway Road. The Little Grassy Fish Hatchery, if you know where that is, this is going to go right through there. This is going to go to Grassy Creek Cemetery. This is also going to go on the southern shores of Crab Orchard Lake. And then as it crosses Highway 148, it's going to be coming towards Marion High School and towards the airport in Marion, kind of in that general area. I'm not sure if it's going to be headed towards the high school or not, but folks, we need to be seeking shelter. This is not a time to go to the schools and pick up your kids. You're safer in the school than in a car. But this is the debris ball. This is the tornado. It is on the ground as we speak. Large tornado on the ground headed towards Crab Orchard Lake. Matter of fact, the circulation is probably over that right now, crossing over Spillway Road. I want to just see if I'm going to see if we're getting any debris from radar. It's a little far away from radar, but sometimes we can get debris signatures. I'm not really seeing the debris signature, but again, it's a little far away from the radar. This has been a confirmed tornado on the ground, and they're saying a fairly large tornado as well. I'm thinking, well, I don't have a measurement tool on here, but I mean, that's got to be at least a quarter of a mile wide, if not a little longer, with how big this possible tornado could be. Again, when we put on the true reflectivity, get rid of the smoothing, you really see the debris. You really see that debris ball right there. And you see how this is the main storm. So for you folks in Carterville, for you folks at Crenshaw Crossing, very large hail. It is going to be loud. It's going to be scary. It's going to be windy. but the actual vortex should stay to your south. Based on the current track, Marion High School's right here. The tornado, I think, is going to cross just north of there, but still, everybody in Marion needs to be seeking shelter right now. Get in your safe spot. That's the lowest level of your home, the lowest level of your home if you don't have a basement. If you have a basement, that's where we want to go. We want to go to our basement. Again, we have a confirmed tornado moving into Williamson County. It's staying just south of Carterville, but it is headed right towards Marion in Illinois. So let me remove this real quick. We're going to back things up and kind of get everybody caught up to date on what's going on. If you're just tuning in, we're in the middle of a significant severe weather event across the Heartland. We've got numerous supercell thunderstorms that are trying to develop. They're moving east as we speak. A new severe thunderstorm warning just popped up, and I'm trying to look for the new okay, it's a continuation of this big storm up here for Jefferson County and Franklin County. For give me an idea, are they saying on the hail for that new warning that just popped up, moving to Jefferson County and Franklin County in southern.
County and Franklin. That is going to be penny-sized 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Okay, so they're saying the hail core's come down just a bit. That's definitely some fantastic news. We're still seeing a lull in the action. I was looking at the satellite when I walked away. I'm not seeing any towering cumulonimbus clouds out here, but just west of West Plains towards Springfield, an awful lot of thunderstorm activity is developing, and that is headed our way. What we want is this outflow boundary to just surge to the south and take all the energy away, but unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's going to be the case today. So let's zoom in to our confirmed tornado that is in Williamson County. I just got another severe thunderstorm warning. I'll get everybody caught up on those in just a second. But again, this is our most concern right now. We can see that debris signature, the debris ball right here, crossing Spillway Road. And I'm going to put a track on this. I need to back up just a bit. I'm going to put a track on the debris signature. And again, it's moving about 30 miles. They said 30 or 35?
30.
30. Okay, I've been tracking everything at 30. I think that's kind of what we've been doing all day. And so here's the debris signature, the possible debris signature. We did have a tornado on the ground. And you could see, I'm just going to kind of shout out some times here for Marion. So it would be crossing Interstate 57 in Marion in 18 minutes at its current speed. So if we kind of do a 30-minute track here, let's see some of the communities that pop up. Again, usually we do an hour-long track, but I want to give everybody their first alert. This is a 30-minute track. Eden Park, Marion, Pittsburgh. This tornado is moving towards you right now. If you live in or near those communities, you need to be in your basement if you have it. And if you don't have a basement, you need to be on the lowest level of your home, the center interior room, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible as we continue to track this dangerous situation. Hopefully this tornado will weaken and dissipate before moving into the Marion area. I know there's probably a lot of folks that are concerned. Again, we've been talking about the 13 corridor between Marion and Carbondale. And again, once you get east of 148 on Highway 13, that seems to be in the bullseye of this storm. That seems to be where that possible tornado, I shouldn't say possible, that seems to be where that tornado is. Again, we have a confirmed tornado. Are we getting any damage reports from it? Because it is going through some populated areas now, so I don't know if we have any reports of some damage with it.
Not in the chat that I'm seeing. No one's messaged me about it, but.
All righty, so possible to, we don't have any damage reports, so that's definitely some good news. So hopefully it is lifted, but we did get a confirmed report that the tornado was on the ground from some storm spotters, and hopefully it's weak enough to where it has dissipated again before moving into the city of Marion. But again, we're going to stay with it as we can continue to watch that. The other storm we're watching is right here in southeastern Johnson County, about to move into Pope County. It has that look, it has that shape, it has that hook with it, as you can see, and it does have a little bit of weak rotation. Nothing impressive right now, but that's something that we're going to be monitoring as well. I don't want you to think just because we have a tornado moving towards Marion that we're forgetting about all these other storms, because we won't. Now, the storm that was in Paducah has moved out of the area. You can see this is the storm right here. We got another storm that's moving through Calvert City. possibility of some hail with that. And we've got other severe storms that are down to the south that are in Tennessee and in Kentucky, south of Mayfield. This storm has been pretty strong at times. They've got a possible tornado on this storm as well. This has taken the same path as this. This is the storm we were on the air for New. Look at that hook. I mean, that's just classic. That is just an unbelievable sign of a tornado. And we've got a possibility of some spin right here again, and it's going to take the same path. This storm is headed towards New Concord as well. So the hail will go just south of Murray, and if we get a tornado develop, it will move towards the New Concord area. So there's your first alert, southern Callaway County, another severe thunderstorm moving towards you. Now, I want to check out the other big storms that we've been watching all day. That's headed towards the southern parts of Jefferson County. This has been the big supercell of the day. It's lasted for hours. I think it started around 6 o'clock this morning, well to our west, and it's still going. It's going through Du Quoin right now. It's right along the Perry-Jackson County lines. When we look at the winds inside there, again, we're not seeing anything that looks like a tornado, so that's definitely some great news. But we are seeing a lot of hail and very high winds, and that's going to be moving into Jefferson County and Franklin County. So West Frankfort, Benton, this storm is headed your way. Right now, no tornado on it. The storm moving through Perryville, very strong gusty winds, but we're not seeing any signs of a tornado with that storm as well. We're going to watch the tail end of this storm because it's right on the boundary just east of Fredericktown, moving across extreme northern Bullinger County, and it's going to be moving into extreme northwestern Cape Girardeau County. Right now, I'm not seeing any thunderstorm activity, or not thunderstorm, any tornado activity, but that's something we'll watch closely as well. So here's our tornado warned storm. Again, we've got a tornado that was confirmed, and unfortunately it is moving towards one of our bigger towns in the Heartland near the Marion area. We still see that possible debris signature right here. We're seeing a little shower that's being ingested into the storm. A lot of times when that happens, the low-level circulation will strengthen, so we're going to have to monitor that as well. And again, that is the possible tornado. I'm using the word possible right now. I know we did see a confirmed tornado near Giant City Road, but I haven't heard any more signs of any damage. So hopefully this is a loft, but we can't let our guard down. So if you live anywhere along Highway 148 south of Carterville in Williamson County, if you live anywhere near Interstate 57 from Marion south, you need to be seeking shelter, even north of Marion a bit, all the way up to Crenshaw Crossing. If you live in Marion, you need to be in your safe spot right now. We've got a possible tornado that did touch down. I'm not sure if it's still aloft right now or not. I'm going to scope it. Any more word from the Weather Service on this storm?
It looks like the rotation aloft has dropped in speed significantly. They're continuing to warn it for now. Also getting a lot of reports of flooding, though, from the city of Carbondale.
Yeah, and that is, Carbondale over towards, they got a flash flood warning out now, do they not?
Yes.
Okay, so we have flash flood warnings issued as well. I just scoped the storm. That looks like the rotation is pretty much gone. I think this may have been a quick spin-up type tornado that touched down, may have done a little bit of damage. Still got the hook, so we're still going to watch it. The mid-level rotation is still there, but what Cassie was saying, the Weather Service is looking at it, and the mid-level rotation has weakened significantly. And when I look at the low levels, I don't see any circulation whatsoever. But lots and lots of flooding because we've had storms going over the same area all morning and afternoon, and that could continue, especially Carterville, Marion, Crenshaw Crossing. This area is just getting pelted with heavy rain and hail right now. What's the hail marker on the storm right now?
About tennis ball, about 2.5.
So still just big hail possible with this storm as it's moving towards. The hail core will stay more than likely to the north of Marion or just on the northern parts of Marion, but right along Highway 13 there near Carterville, there's probably a lot of cars that are not too happy right now because this hail is very, very large in this storm. You know, that's one of the things we talked about yesterday, that we would see some large hail possibly. So here's our storm that is headed into Pope County. It's in extreme southeastern Johnson County. Okay, so behind me there, they're saying that's Marion Square. Yeah, I remember the tower. I did a little shot there before. So we'll be able to see what happens when the tornado, if the tornado is still there. This is the Hook Echo right here near Gantown. Again, it's east of Interstate 24. We'll scope this to see if it looks concerning. I know they had a possible tornado tag with it. It's a little noisy. It's hard to tell because of that purple hue that's there, whether it's got any significant low-level rotation or not. But again, the possibility of some hail and high winds with this storm as it moves towards Dixon Springs right now. Dixon Springs, you're under the gun for some gusty winds. And oh, it just updated. Let me see if the updated version cleared up. So there's the possible rotation, but it's pretty weak. So you can see that little tail right there, a little hook. It's going to go right north of Dixon Springs. So we've got a couple of tornado. Actually, we just have one tornado warning out now, and it's for southern Williamson County. Again, this was a tornado that touched down, and it's moving right into the Marion area as we speak, if it's still on the ground. And we can see Marion behind me there, so we may be able to get a pretty good look here in a second. I'm going to turn it back to true reflectivity so I can see exactly what the radar is telling me. And this is where the possible tornado, I think the showers that they are ingesting is actually hindering the circulation rather than strengthening it. There are different studies, depending on how the showers out ahead of a tornadic storm interact with it, they can either amplify the circulation or weaken it. And it looks like this has weakened it. It's still circulating right here. Basically, that broad circulation now is right over Marion High School, and it's headed towards. So we've got a camera right here. I think you can see hail bouncing off the roof on the tower cam. So there's hail bouncing off the roof. Is there any way we can get the tower cam big behind me, or just big so I can see it? I'm sorry, the Marion. I don't know if we can do that. Yeah, there we go. So I was watching. You can see the hail. So there, it's hard to tell how big it is, but there is hail that's bouncing off of the roof here where the tower cam is, and that possible tornado is about to go right through this area right now. So we can kind of leave this up here to kind of get an idea of what's happening. I want to walk over so I can look at a different source on radar. But again, that is hail that is in Marion right now. And let's see. And the hail marker is pretty big that's headed that way. The circulation has pretty much all but gone. But man, we were seeing there's a big downdraft. So we'll see what happens with that downdraft. The radar is saying we may be getting about 60 mile per hour winds here shortly in Marion, and these folks that are driving around are about to be in for a rude awakening based on what I saw. There's a huge hail core that looks to be headed this way, and we're already seeing a little bit of hail bouncing off. And we'll watch the flags as well to see how they pick up. But again, this is the storm that has a tornado warning on it right now. It is moving into Marion. And this is our view of Marion from the tower cam that's looking at the clock tower there in the center of Marion. Again, this place was hit, unfortunately. This is the Marion City website. I appreciate them letting us show this. Marion, as you all know, I think it was in 1983, was hit very, very hard by a big EF4 tornado that went right through the center of town. This is not that kind of storm, at least it doesn't look like it right now. I was worried that it was just 15 minutes ago, but the circulation has weakened significantly, and we've got a lot of activity. So let's go ahead and put the radar back behind me. You can leave the tower cam so we can see what happens, but it should really start to pick up here in just a second. You can see that ominous sky. Here's the broad circulation. When I look at reflectivity, the Hook Echo is gone. But look how dark it's getting. Look at the hail starting to come down now. So this is a significant, severe thunderstorm that's moving into the area. And very strong winds right here that are about to go right across the square. So we can kind of look at it, and you can see it's pouring down now. The storm is moving into Marion as we speak. The possible tornado, I think, has lifted, but hail and high winds appear likely. What is the timeline on this this warning. Cassie, when's the tornado warning expire?
It goes until 4.
4. So we've got a little ways to go, but I'm hoping if the circulation continues to weaken, that we kind of drop that warning. Boy, look how dark it got. I mean, it's like almost night there. That storm has moved in, and we're looking at it from a different source now, the velocity. And again, I'm not seeing anything that looks anything close to a tornado now, so that's definitely some good news. So Marion, Illinois, you can see the tower right behind me there. Other storms that we're watching, one near Murray, this one right here that's going towards New Concord again. The one just south of it has a tornado in Henry County. This was our other New Concord cell we were watching that has a tornado now. We're seeing very
I would
little.
zoom in just north of Aurora when you get a chance.
North of where?
Aurora, it's to the east of Benton in Kentucky.
All righty, thank you.
Looks like a little couplet on our velocity chart.
We just got a tornado warning for our cell we were watching in Pope County. So Benton, Kentucky. So show me which county are you seeing it in?
That's in. What is that? Sorry, that's in Marshall County.
Okay, so
Which
Benton,
it has weakened a little bit.
so
but-
you're talking about it's the storm that's moving right across Kentucky Lake right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's look at that. And then we're going to go look at the tornado warning that was just issued. So we've got.
It has weakened.
Yeah, it looks like it's weakened, but there's a little thing. But that's a good thing. When you see something on a day like today, it's a lot better to have 6 eyes than 2 eyes. Trust me. Today we've got 6 eyes watching things, and that is what we need to make sure we keep everybody safe on a day like today. So we've got a new tornado warning that has been issued, and this is in Southern Illinois in Pope County. Right here it's just south of Glendale. And it's going to be headed towards Elizabethtown if it holds together. Again, these warnings is moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And we'll zoom in and get a closer look. You can see that hook echo right there. We mentioned Dixon Springs just a minute ago. And unfortunately, I can't change. Man, it is really hailing in Marion right now. That is some pretty big hail coming down. So for you folks in Marion, the tornado threat looks to probably be over, but man, you're getting pounded with rain and hail and high winds. So yeah, we still have that purple haze. So it's hard for us. I can't change the tilt on this, but I'm assuming this is what they're seeing because that is where the inflow notch is. So this tornado is crossing Highway 145 right now. So if we have a tornado on the ground, it's crossing Highway 145 as we speak, and that's in Pope County. We got a possible tornado in Pope County in southern Illinois. All right, we still have the tornado warning out for the Marion area, and man, look at that hail just coming off that roof. I mean, that looks like, judging from the size, if that's a light bulb on the roof like that, that's at least quarter size, if not bigger, that's moving through there right now. So you're looking at a live look of it's really storming in Marion, and that's that tornado warning. Looks like they dropped the confirmed tornado, but they kept the tornado warning is what it looks like right now because I've got a red box there. Storms moving through, and notice how they were moving southeast, and they just stopped. That tells us the outflow boundary has just stopped. So this whole area is baking in the heat right now. We continue to get warm, moist air surging into our western counties from Bullinger County down towards Wayne County, Stoddard, Butler County, and that is just setting the stage for what's to come with round 2. This is round 1. We had 2 mid-level disturbances moving through the area. One during the afternoon hours, which is causing this, and then the second one, which is causing all this out to the west. And you notice the tornado warnings and the severe thunderstorm warnings. And notice these storms are huge, and they are all separated. They're not lining out right now. What we want is a squall line to develop so we don't have the huge tornado threat. But we're going to be monitoring that closely as well. So let's take another look at the Marion area. You can see, just see all that hail just pounding off the roof there. And again, they've got the tornado warning here. That's the old tornado warning. I'm sure that they're going to be dropping that here shortly. But let's look and see if we see any, let's zoom on in, because again, the hail core, the heavy rain is going right over Marion. I'm not seeing any sign of what looks like a tornado to me. You can see a little bit of a hook right here, and there's a little, that sparks a little bit of an interest. That is just south of 13 going into Crab Orchard. You can see that little purple circle right there. Let me put the true reflectivity on so I can see what the radar's really seeing. So if that's an inflow notch, that could be a possible tornado. Let's take a look and see what the shear says. That's where the rotation is. It's pretty weak though, but if we've got a tornado, it's crossing right here. So I want to zoom in to let you guys know, to give you your first alert, who's under the gun for this possible radar indicated tornado right now that is near the Crab Orchard area. You can see here's Highway 13. I think that's 145. It's not showing up for some reason. Let me pan up just a little bit. I want to make sure we get these roads right. So I want to make sure that everybody is aware of what's going on. No, that is Pittsburgh Road. So at the intersection of Pittsburgh Road and 13 is where we're seeing that possible tornado. It is headed right towards Crab Orchard. Again, in Crab Orchard, we don't officially have a tornado warning out, but this may get extended. That's a possible tornado right there. That's Highway 166 or Pittsburgh Road, depending on where you are. And it's near the intersection of Highway 13. This is east of Marion. Again, Marion's getting the rain and hail wrapping around on the backside of this storm. Okay, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, and that is for the Crab Orchard area. And it's probably, let's see, did they do a tornado possible? They did not, but we'll keep our eyes on it because there could be a possible tornado still with that headed towards Crab Orchard. But right now, we've got a tornado warning out for parts of Pope County. We've got a severe thunderstorm that is down near Murray. I want to take a look at that as well, because earlier that was showing signs of rotation near where we were looking in southeastern Callaway County earlier with that possible tornado that went through the area that is now off to the east. But so this storm we were worried about, headed towards New Concord again. Let's take a look at the winds inside it. And there's it's a little weak rotation. I'm nowhere near as concerned as I was with the other storm. So that's definitely some good news. So for southeastern Callaway County, you're just going to get some hail and some pretty high winds with that storm. As we pan out just a bit, let's pan up to the north and take a look at these other cells. We've got a couple of other small storms that are forming right here. This storm is what Cassie was saying is now between the land, between the lakes. It's just outside of our area. We got another storm in Lyon County we're going to be watching closely. But right now we've got the tornado warning for Pope County and a possible tornado, radar indicated tornado with this cell. And so we've got Watersburg Road right here east of Glendale. That's where the possible tornado is. Also is going to be crossing Eddyville Road. So if you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe spot. You need to be in your basement if you have it. Again, if you don't have a basement, we get to that lowest level on our floor. We put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as we've got a possible tornado here moving across parts of central Pope County. If it holds together, it'll be going into Hardin County. But again, these thankfully haven't really just taken off and shown these long track tornadoes, and hopefully that doesn't happen. But as we head later and later into the evening hours, that possibly could. Cassie, I want you to kind of just give everybody an update on what you've been given. I need to step away for just a second. Okay. Just kind of what you're seeing right now. I just need to kind of get a little drink of water here closely.
Yeah, we can start with the tornado warning that's there in Pope County. That's continuing to move to the north-northeast. We're seeing quite a bit of large hail, really with all the cores of this thunderstorm activity and the tornado warnings. We are seeing they're moving anywhere from about 25 to 30 miles per hour. They're not very fast moving storms, really haven't been racing across the area. And we've kind of seen that trend with all of the storms. The tornado warning, that storm is moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. If I zoom a little bit north, quite a bit of activity over parts of southern Illinois. And with these severe thunderstorm warnings, again, our main concern is going to be very strong wind gusts. We're talking 70 mile per hour wind gusts behind these storms when they first push through. We're seeing wind quarter-sized hail, ping pong ball-sized hail. There's even been some reports of baseball-sized hail throughout our afternoon. We're going to continue to see these track to the east and keep monitoring them. As of now, not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but we are tracking them very cautiously and keeping a close eye on all the storms from western Kentucky down to Tennessee and heading into parts of southern Illinois. It does look like for the moment, most of southeast Missouri, we're quiet, we're calm. But again, if we move a little bit off to the west, we are seeing a lot of development happen. So lots to keep track of and a lot to monitor, especially over the next several hours. Lots of flooding reports. Make sure you're sending in all the reports. The reports really are helping us determine what we're seeing and what the storms are bringing. It helps us not just rely on the radar. So make sure you're sending in those storm reports for us. We're still tracking quite a bit of activity over southern Illinois and into western Kentucky. Still have a tornado warning for Pope County. Again, that is moving east. It does look like the rotation has weakened since it first was warned. I'm going to go ahead and toss things back over to Grant to give you the latest on the screen.
All right, thank you for that little breather there. Again, now you can see Perryville behind me, some heavy rain. That storm is moving through there. It is weakening. This is the first mid-level disturbance that is moving through the area right now, and it has kicked off all this activity. Behind these systems, usually we get the air to sink. And when the air sinks, we get a void. And I was just looking at the satellite, and the satellite is showing bubbling cumulus clouds everywhere, but nothing is able to develop. So I think we're seeing what we call subsidence behind our main storm right now that's causing all this activity to develop. Now, with that said, the second system will be moving in later tonight. That second disturbance is west of Springfield, and it's causing all these storms to develop. And these are some big supercells, one right here near Rolla, that I'm concerned because, again, it may ride that outflow boundary that is right here that is stalled out. So you can see we have tornado warnings out to our west. We have severe thunderstorm warnings out to our west. It could be a very, very long evening. I'm hoping we can get a lot of this mess out of here and catch a breather for just a little bit, especially with these tornado warnings, because it seems like, at least right now, that a lot of the rotation that we were looking at is not as strong as it was earlier. We're getting a lot of rain-cooled air from Marion north, so that kind of shuts off the severe weather threat for our northern counties of southern Illinois. But here's our possible tornado. Again, it is south and east of Glendale, south of Delwood, north of Rosebud. So I know, Rosebud, you're in Pope County. If the sirens are sounding because of that, the tornado's well to your north. If you're in Delwood right now and the sirens are sounding, the tornado's well to your south. I have no idea if they're going off or not. I just want to let you know where this tornado is. Again, it is moving right through the central parts of Pope County. If it holds together, we could see it go into Hardin County as well. Let's zoom in a little bit more on that little curlicue right there where we're seeing that possible tornado. You can see Waltersburg Road right here, Hazel Road. The rotation has now moved to your east, so you should be safe now as the tornado is going to be located right here. Eddyville Road is headed right in your direction. So Eddyville Road, I'd be seeking shelter right now. Highway 146 in southeastern Pope County near the Ohio River, I would be seeking shelter as well, as this possible tornado is headed your way right now. Again, we'll go ahead and look inside this storm. Let's see if we can see the rotation. And it's not all that impressive. Like Cassie was saying, the rotation is weakened pretty significantly with this storm. Well, how long does this warning go out for, Cassie? Till 4:15, so about another 25 minutes or so. I don't know if it'll last that long based on what I'm seeing on radar. If the trend that it's showing continues on radar, we will go back to regular programming and catch our breath in case we get some more serious storms. Now, here's the storm that went through the Marion area that had earlier a confirmed tornado on it, moving right across the Highway 13 corridor towards Harrisburg. Again, there's some broad rotation right there, but it's nothing too significant. Again, green going towards the radar, red going away. We'll see if things tighten up in just a bit. I'm going to put on the true reflectivity to see if there's any tail of a debris signature or a better hook And I'm not really seeing it. So some heavy rain, some hail up to the size of quarters, and the possibility of some damaging wind gusts moving across parts of, that's Williamson County, the eastern part, and then moving into Saline County as we speak. Again, the tornado warning is to the south, and it is in Pope County. Tornado warning out for Pope County. And again, if there's a tornado, it's located right here, south and east of Glendale. I'm not seeing any signs really that this is a strong circulation, that we have a tornado. Earlier today, we did get a couple of tornado touchdowns with some very, very weak rotation. They were quick, they looked weak, but one did some pretty decent damage, unfortunately, in Jackson County in Illinois. And yeah, I'm looking for the rotation, and I'm just not really seeing it. Not seeing much in the way of rotation with that storm. We're getting close to the 4 o'clock. We're about 5 minutes out. So what we're probably going to do is and I'm talking to the folks in the booth as well, so they can hear me and everybody, so we can plan. What we're going to do is we're going to, I guess if you want me to throw it to break, I'll throw it to break and then come back for the 4 o'clock. Cassie's going to be doing the 4 o'clock, so she will be on Max 2. That information's for our booth, so they know what's to do. And then if any other strong tornadoes look like they're going to form, of course, we'll interrupt. But we want to do a little bit of news because we've got some information on these storms today. And if this tornado looks weaker, which it does, I don't really see a tornado with it right now. I did earlier. I was concerned with it, but I'm not right now. Looking at the Perryville area as well. Again, there's an outflow boundary that is stalled out right here, and we're going to be watching for new development out to the west to ride along that boundary. And if that happens, that increases the tornado threat. So hopefully we get this first round out of here. We get a break in the action before the next round, which could be the main round, moves in later on this evening. So let's zoom back in before we make this decision. Again, we've got that little bit of a hook. Not seeing much in the way of a tornado. There is a little bit of weak rotation. And actually that's a downburst signature right there. That's not even rotation. So I wonder if I can back things up. I want to see if I can get it to see what it looks like from the Evansville radar, just to get a different viewpoint to see if because it'll pick up the mid-levels. So the mid-level rotation is nice and strong. There it is. Yeah, that's confluent circulation right there in southeastern Pope County. But the low levels, I'm not really seeing much. So you see how the winds are going towards the radar, away from the radar, right next to each other. This is much higher in the storm because it's coming from Evansville, Indiana. Now, as I pan back up to the north, or pan down to the south to get the Paducah radar, a little bit of weak rotation right here and a downburst signature on the back side of the storm, which you would expect with a storm like this to get a downburst on the back side of the storm. So again, we've got a tornado warning, but the tornado looks fairly weak. It doesn't even look like it's there in our eyes. So I'm going to get one more velocity scan to it, and then we'll throw things to a break and get ready to the 4 o'clock. I know you guys can count me down to make sure we get the right amount of break time if we need to. We got a new tornado warning, so hold on. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. So a new storm has spun up a tornado, so we continue with a new tornado warning, and this is it right here. Boy, you can see that hook. That definitely shows up. And let's kind of come out here, and this is headed towards, looks like a Goreville area of, what are they saying on this one, Cassie?
Union County and Johnson County.
So it's extreme northeastern Union County. All right, let me put the
moving east at 30.
So let's zoom on in. Again, these tiny storms sometimes can just quickly spin up. And it looks like that may have been what happened right here. We've got a little bit, and this is south of Marion. So what we got, Johnson County and extreme northeastern Union County, you say?
Yes.
So this would be where the possible tornado is, right there over South Rocky Comfort Road. South Rocky Comfort Road. And I'm saying it right, and because I know Carly is nodding because she knows that area. So if you live on that area or anywhere near there, you need to be seeking shelter right now. If you live in Goreville, you need to be seeking shelter right now. We need to be in our safe spot, whatever that is. Are you in a basement? Go to the basement. If you don't have a basement, again, I say get to the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you in the outside as possible. Again, I'm not seeing any real strong signs of rotation on this storm, but like we said earlier, we've had some quick spin-up tornadoes with very weak rotation. What are they saying on it, Cassie? Look like you're reading it. Any information on it that they got?
Other than the speed, and it is radar confirmed.
They said radar confirmed, or?
Sorry, radar indicated.
Okay, yeah, I was say radar indicated.
Radar indicated. I did move the tilt up on our system over here, and there is a nice rotation couplet.
Okay, so on our other source, yeah, we can do that. On this source, I can't.
I just wanted to let you know that.
So just letting you know also, the Pope County tornado warning has been canceled. I wanted to let you know because we were about to throw it to the 4 o'clock, but another tornado formed. So we're here. We got another tornado that is possibly on the ground. Well, it's radar indicated right now, but we'll continue to watch this. This is going to be going across. Again, this is extreme northeastern Union County. So Anna Jonesboro area, this is not going to impact you. This is going to be out of your area, but it's headed towards the Goreville area. You know where 24 splits off 57? That's where this possible tornado is moving right now as well. Watching these storms here, boy, you can see the outflow boundary right here. See that outflow boundary is going right through Fruitland, basically. So it's made it a little farther south. I'll be interested to know how it curves, because that will play a huge role on our storms later today that are headed our way. All these storms out near Rolla and points beyond. But all right. Let's see. Any updates on the watches? The watches are all the same still, are they not? Or has any new watches been issued? I've been at the wall a long time.
No, I think the watches are still the same. I do want to point out, just from the scans on what I can look at over here, that system just to the north, kind of near west of Cyril Springs, near Storefront. It's kind of looking like the same deal as this. That tail end is turning just a little bit, just southeast of Marion.
Okay. Okay, with this storm right here, with the one that had the tornado earlier?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Near Carrier Mills, kind of. Looks like a little bit better rotation if I go up in the sky.
Is it the storm that is right next to Harrisburg, or is it the one to the south? So I'm looking at two storms. I got one that's just west of Harrisburg, and then I got another one that is just east of Glen. No, that was the one we were watching.
It's that one. It's the one that you have on your hand there.
Oh, there's Creel Springs. Okay.
Yep.
So you said on our tilt that you have now, there's a decent little couplet there.
Yeah, there's a little couplet there that might want to just point out. I don't know if you can see it from that angle that we have on the screen, but as we go up, it does increase a little bit.
So we've got a little bit of rotation. I can see what you're saying, and it's probably stronger about 1,000 feet up in the atmosphere. They're saying just east of Creel Springs is where you're seeing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what she's seeing. You can see this bright blue right here. She's seeing a tighter cup. See how this red's way over here? On the next tilt up, they're together, which tells us that the rotation just off the surface is stronger than it is at the surface. But it is something that we have to watch closely because of how these can generate pretty quickly. Now, near Lick Creek is where this other tornado is. I've gone this way plenty of times. You take that little shortcut where you go from Anna Jonesboro and you take that road, go to Lick Creek, and then hit the interstate and go up towards Marion. That's right where this possible tornado is right now. I think there's a school that's right there as well, right off that exit at Lick Creek. So that's in extreme northeastern Union County. That's where the possible tornado is. And as I do this, and you said the same thing on the higher tilt, this one's a little stronger as well.
Yeah.
Because on the low tilt, the one you mentioned near Creel Springs piques my interest more than what's near Lick Creek right now. But either one could produce a quick spin-up type tornado right now. So we're watching two storms closely. Again, the severe storm where the warning is right over the 13 corridor about to move into Harrisburg. What we're talking about is the tail end of it. The inflow comes into the storm right here, just to the east of Creel Springs, and that's where you see rotation form, and it looks like that's where we're going to see the rotation form. And we've got rotation forming right here near Lick Creek as well. That's about to move out of far northeastern Union County and move into northwestern Johnson County as these storms continue to move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. We can go ahead and put a little bit of a track on this possible tornado right here, off to the east, and I'm gonna do 30 minutes because these have been pretty quick little warnings that we've been seeing. So there's not a lot there. You know, you got Lick Creek and then you got Goreville at about 4:15. This other little couplet that we're watching right here will do the same thing, kind of go off for about 30 minutes. And you can see some of these areas that'll be impacted by it. Carrier Mills, Mitchellsville, over the next 30 minutes. I know usually I do an hour track, but I'm zoomed in pretty close. So I want to do the 30-minute track. So let's zoom on out and get everybody caught up to date. Again, unfortunately, we've got a few tornado warnings that we've been dealing with today. We've got this severe thunderstorm that's moving out of Callaway County. And notice right here, we're not seeing a lot of we continue to see redevelopment. That tells me that the back edge of this storm system is moving through and the air behind these storm systems sinks. And when you have sinking air, doesn't matter how humid and how much energy is, as the storms try to billow up, the sinking air will depress them. And it's going to take our next system, mid-level disturbance, to enter the area, which probably is going to be around 6, 7 o'clock till we start getting new generation out to the west. So we may get a little bit of the break in the action. That would be some fantastic news because we've been talking for quite some time. And, you know, it's not as easy as it appears sometimes to be able to just keep talking for hours upon hours, but that's what we do here to try to keep you safe through these events. Now, flooding. She mentioned flooding. Cassie was talking about it. I imagine there's numerous reports. And look, Carbondale, unfortunately, you got 2 more big storms headed your way. They're not severe, but they are efficient rain producers. So we're going to see a tremendous amount of rain. Do me a favor, something else I would like to know, Cassie.
Yeah.
The METAR that's right by Carbondale, put your cursor over it. I'd like to know what the dew point is in Carbondale. It may be just between
Oh,
there.
I see it. Yeah. Dew point. At 66.
66. So I think Cape Girardeau is in the mid-70s. So we definitely have that rain-cooled boundary that's setting up, unfortunately, that could play a role later. So there's our possible tornado right there near Goreville. Let me show you what we're talking about with the reflectivity. You see this little thin green line? That's the outflow. That's the rear flank downdraft. There's a forward flank downdraft over the severe thunderstorm here, and they kind of, what we call a zipper effect. They kind of wrap into that circulation. So if there's a tornado, it is crossing Interstate 57 right now in northwestern Johnson County. Heavy rain and hail in northeastern Union County, but looks like the tornado has moved just to your east. So if the tornado is on the ground, it is moving into the northwestern parts of Goreville right now in the extreme northwestern Johnson County. We've got another cell that we'll keep an eye on near Cobden, because again, these little tiny cells just get that little look to them, and there's a little tiny circulation with it. It's just because the atmosphere is so sheared right now that these little storms are able to just take all this energy and spin away. So everybody that's tuning in for Heartland News Now at 4 o'clock, here's what's happening. We've got a tornado warning that is out right now for northeastern Union County and northwestern Johnson County. We've got numerous supercells that have developed. This guy's getting a little stronger again, moving out of Pope County towards Hardin County. We're going to have to watch that closely. And we've got copious amounts of rain that are hitting the area of southern Illinois thanks to these big supercells that have been going over the same area throughout the day. So flooding is a definite concern in Perry County, Illinois, in Williamson County, Illinois, in Franklin County, Illinois, and in Jackson County, Illinois, because the storms have moved over the same area, and that's producing that rain-cooled boundary that's trying to slowly sink to the south. But the southerly flow is putting the brakes on that. And most of our models, if you watched me last night, I said most of the models are stalling this rain-cooled boundary about right here. Well, it looks like it's going to get stalled about right here. So that's pretty close. So that could play a big role in our storms later on this evening. But right now I want to check out the storm that's moving into Hardin County because it looks like it's growing again. And I want to check out the storm that's near Goreville that we officially have a severe thunderstorm, or officially have a tornado warning on. Earlier, we did have a tornado warning on this storm that's moving into Hardin County right now. You got a hail marker for me? This is just to the northwest of Elizabethtown. It's in extreme southeastern Illinois.
About 2.5, so baseball,
yeah,
tennis ball.
And there's no warning on that, right, that you're looking at?
No.
Okay, so yeah, we're looking at the same storm. So our system is showing that there could be hail up to the size of tennis balls under there, so it just really grew over the past 15, 20 minutes because it was not that strong. I am not seeing any rotation with this, but large hail is likely going to cross Highway 34 in Hardin County and stay just to the north of Elizabethtown. So we're talking about severe hail that can do a lot of damage to your cars and the possibility of some very gusty winds as well as this moves across Hardin County at about 30 miles per hour. Now let's go back to our tornado warned storm because of course whenever we have a tornado warning we want to make sure that we're focusing most of our attention on the most deadly storms that are out there or the potential deadly storms. And right now we still have that outflow, as you can see, coming right into the storm. So if we have a tornado, it's more than likely just right here. And I'll take a look at the winds. And it looks like it's gusting out. You see how it's all green? Will you take a look at that storm on our system as well? The next tilt up like you have it?
Yeah, I'll check it out.
So we can see what we got on the velocity.
Yeah, it's not looking as tight as what we had earlier. Really strong wind gusts, but on the backside.
On the backside, yeah. So we've got some strong. Now this is moving out of Johnson County, and it's moving into the extreme southern parts of Williamson County. It looks like right now, just east of Interstate 57. So this is possibly where we have one circulation and another one right here near Turner Hill Road. So I'll put the true reflectivity on again, and. All right, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I want to get everybody caught up to date on all the warnings as they come in, so let's kind of check this real quick. And again, this one is headed towards the Princeton area. A little bit of a rotation on the backside of this storm as well. It's for Caldwell County, moving towards Princeton in Kentucky. Yeah, that's a pretty big hail core, moving right into Princeton right now. So there's your first alert, Princeton. Hopefully you can put the car in the garage. We got some pretty large hail, I think, headed your way. But right here is our concern. We've got a little bit of a kink coming on here, and a little bit of rotation right here, as you can see. And this is moving into southern Williamson County. So as I pan on out and take a look at things, again, we don't have a warning on that storm other than the tornado warning that is in northwestern Johnson County, but it is starting to move into Williamson County as we speak. And then the other storm right here that is moving into Hardin County. That is showing good signs of hail, as is the storm near Princeton. I'm going to leave the radar up and continue to talk because I would like to see the other source as well. I just want to kind of analyze things to see what I'm looking at here. And so, yeah.
A couple of people sent in pictures a couple minutes ago showing just like a funnel cloud, not really.
Okay,
kind of scud.
Now where is that?
This is Zegler, so near Goreville.
Okay, so
So
we've got what looks like a wall cloud kind of rotating around. Yeah, it's interesting. It's got you can see the rear flank downdraft on that other one. You see the horseshoe shape. Mm-hmm. So yeah, on this tilt, Creel Springs, I would be concerned with. Yeah. On the lowest levels, we don't. And with the storm that is moving into Harrisburg right now. Harrisburg, we've got extreme winds just north of Carrier Mills and hail up to the size of golf balls moving into Harrisburg right now. The storm moving north of Elizabethtown. Again, we don't have a warning out on this storm, but I think that we've got golf ball size hail, and there's a little bit of rotation on that storm as well. This is to the north of Elizabethtown.
Strengthening in Saline County is what they're seeing. Strengthening rotation, so
that's the Carrier Mill. Yeah, that's the one that's going into Harrisburg right there. Right here near Carrier Mills, to the north of Carrier Mills. We may be getting another tornado warning issued here shortly. And Creel Springs, you need to be seeking shelter right now. There's no warning out for the Creel Springs area at this moment, but the hook is headed right over you. And if we get a quick spin up, we want to be in our safe spot. So let's get in the basement. Creel Springs, this is southeastern Williamson County. Central Saline County, let's get in your basement as well. This is headed towards the Harrisburg area. In addition to the possibility of a tornado, we've got the possibility of golf ball size hail. Just north of Elizabethtown, again in Hardin County, just avoid driving north of Elizabethtown anytime soon, because I'm seeing golf ball size hail in this. And we got a report of a tornado on the ground about 10 minutes ago with the storm near Goreville. That's the storm that I'm saying that's moving into Creel Springs right now. Okay, I was able to look at those sources. I want to look at the source going into the Princeton area. Tight rotation on this tilt. Princeton, I want you to get in your safe spot. We don't have a tornado warning out on it, but at this tilt, what tilt are we on? Okay, you've gone up considerably, which is good, because I mean it's been noisy at the low levels. We've got a strong mid-level rotation. Strong mid-level rotation on these storms. Yeah, Creel Springs and Carrier Mills. There's the tornado warning out for what we were just talking about south of Harrisburg. We were just talking about the Creel Carrier Mills. Sorry, tornado warning out. We don't have a tornado. We need to get a. Let's see. I don't know if they're going to issue a new tornado warning out for southeastern Williamson County or not, but we will. Well, we won't issue a warning. We don't issue warnings, but we're going to warn you about it, folks. So, yeah. So you can see the radar there, the 4-panel radar. That's our different source where we can look at everything. It's just a vital tool that gives us more eyes to look at the storm. So if you could put Max 1 behind me now. Thank you. Again, we've got a tornado warning that's just been issued. This is for Saline County and Gallatin County. And again, right here in southeastern Williamson County, I think we probably should have a tornado warning there as well. I would definitely be in my safe spot. This is the possible tornado that was on the ground near Goreville just 10 minutes ago. And aloft, there's a very, very tight couplet at about 5,000 feet. Now, it may not be on the ground, but the way this atmosphere is sheared, I would be seeking shelter. If I live south and east of Marion and I'm in Williamson County, if I'm along Highway 166 or anywhere near there, I'm going to be in my safe spot, putting as many walls between me and the outside as possible. Now here's that possible tornado moving into Mitchellsville. It's going to stay just to the south of Harrisburg, as you can see here. The actual rotation. The hail core is going to go right into Harrisburg. And when I was looking at things, there was a very substantial rear flank downdraft forming right here, which will probably produce 70-mile-per-hour winds in Harrisburg. But the possible tornado is right there. Again, on the lowest levels, you can see it's the Paducah radar site on the lowest tilt for some reason is just really noisy today. A lot of what we call purple haze. So that's why we're kind of going with what it looks like on reflectivity more than the velocity. And here's that rotation I'm talking about, south and east of Marion, that matches up perfectly with the kink coming into the storm. So we've got a possible tornado forming south and east of Marion. We've got a possible tornado moving into Mitchellsville right now. Here's the storm that is near Elizabethtown. Again, I'm not overly concerned about a tornado. There was a little bit of rotation right over 34, but the hail core is just tremendous on our radar. I would not want to be anywhere underneath this storm. This one is probably producing golf ball size hail in Hardin County. And again, we don't have a warning out for this, but we may get a warning here shortly because I know what's going on. Radar operators like us, I mean, we've got so many storms to look at. Just tons of storms, and so we got to focus on what we can see. And I'm focusing on the storm south of Marion and the storm south of Harrisburg specifically because I'm seeing some low-level rotation, and I'm concerned about tornadoes. Now, Princeton, I mentioned you as well. I want to zoom in because this storm was very, very healthy, and in the mid-levels had a very tight circulation moving into the Princeton area. At the lower levels, not so much. Let's look at the winds in there. Yeah, it's more of there's a little broad circulation, but it's not all that tight. So Princeton, you're probably getting some pretty, well, now that I say that, the back side of that, let me just see if that lines up. Yeah, that lines up. We got a little kink forming right here to the southwest of Princeton. You see it right here. And as I go over the reflectivity, I'll take true reflectivity. You can see it matches well with that inflow notch. So we've got rotation forming right there over Interstate 69 moving into Princeton. So Princeton, Kentucky, I would be in your safe spot right now. Get in the basement if you have one. If you don't have one, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible by getting on the lowest level of your home, that center interior room. This is going to be for a few more minutes. It looks like we just got another tornado warning. I'm going to guess that's the other tornado in southeastern Williamson County is what I'm thinking. It's confirmed tornado. Yeah, the tornado that we're talking about earlier. So let's get back to that. Again, Princeton, I want to make sure that you are in your safe spot. But for you folks in southeastern Williamson County that we were just speaking of, saying, hey, there's not an official warning yet, but I would be seeking shelter. Well, we now have a confirmed tornado. What do we have? Is it chaser confirmed or is it radar confirmed? Spotter confirmed. So, yeah, you can see the debris ball right there, going into Creel Springs right now, going over, just going through Lake of Egypt Road, moving into Creel Springs, a tornado. That's the tornado that's being seen by the spotters. It's moving into Creel Springs right now. It's going to go right along Highway 166 in the Creel Springs area. So you definitely need to be in your basement right now. I'm glad I mentioned 166 just a minute ago. New tornado warning out. I'm wondering if that is for our other storm we were watching closely. No, it's just an extension of this one.
There's a tornado one over Elizabethtown.
So, okay, all right. So why is this not taking me there? Let's see what's happening. So that's that storm. Yeah, the one that I said had giant hail. Yeah, look at that hook that's forming. So this is going to go to the north of Elizabethtown. So we have 3 tornado warnings out now, and Princeton in western Kentucky, I'd be still seeking shelter right now as well, even though there's not a official tornado warning. What we see on First Alert Doppler Network suggests that a tornado could be moving into Princeton right now in Kentucky. But that's a debris ball right there. It's moving across Highway 166 right now, a confirmed tornado on the ground, and this is right along the Williamson County line and Johnson County line. Am I correct? I'm pretty sure that's the, I'm zoomed way in. I just want to make sure I don't see the entire shape of the counties, but you can see there's Ozark in north of Bloomfield. Carly will know that. Carly, Bloomfield is in Johnson County, correct? Let me zoom out just one.
It's Johnson.
Yeah, I want to make sure I just have the
Williamson.
counties because I need to see the shapes. Okay, that's Johnson County, Williamson County, Saline County, northwestern Pope County. That's the confirmed tornado. That's the debris ball. Here's the other possible tornado. It is really hooking up right near Elizabethtown. We've got a possible tornado that is in Hardin County that is moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. And then we have another tornado that is moving into Mitchellsville right now in southern Saline County and going to go into Gallatin County. If that holds together, it's going to be going into the Shawneetown area. So right now, we're tracking 3 tornado-warned storms. We're tracking 4 possible tornadoes. We're tracking 1 confirmed tornado. Now let me pan out to give you an idea of what these storms are that we're talking about. Here's the storm in Princeton that I'm concerned with. Again, I want you in your safe spot in Princeton, Kentucky until it moves. You got about 10 minutes or so until that storm passes the Princeton, Kentucky area. Elizabethtown, you need to be in your safe spot. Hardin County, we got a possible tornado. That is a very tight hook echo. I'm not sure what it's going to look like on velocity, but I'm going to zoom in and take a look because I'm concerned that could be another debris ball that is formed right there to the north side of Elizabethtown. Now, we do have a little bit of circulation right there. It's really hard to see at the low levels. You could tell me what you see on our system tilted up. I'm sure it's much stronger.
Yeah, it is.
So,
yeah.
And so I'm going to keep the true reflectivity so I can see what the exact radar showing me. So this could be a possible debris ball that is moving on the north side of Elizabethtown. So I'm going to zoom in even more because I see some roads. There's going to be some communities here, some farms. So you can see your road and know where you need to seek shelter. Again, a possible tornado. County Highway 12. Looks like Sirloin Furnace Road, Bassett School Road, Shawnee Hollow Road. All those areas need to be in your safe spot. This right here is the possible tornado. It is going right along Highway 46 in Hardin County. And it will be in Hardin County for about 15 to 20 more minutes. So let's zoom out and take a look at our other 2 tornado-warned storms. We've got the tornado that's possibly moving into Mitchellsville right now. This is a classic supercell look. Let me explain what's going on here for you. This is the rear flank downdraft. You see the flank? You see the curve, right? It almost looks like an S. You see what I'm showing you here? Rear flank downdraft, strong winds on the back side of this. Inflows right here. Tornado would be right here. Tornado would be crossing the highway there. The tornado is now east of there. It looks like it is moving right along Horseshoe Road. If we have a tornado, it is on Horseshoe Road right now, south of Harrisburg in the Mitchellsville area. Tornado moving across Horseshoe Road. And again, that is in southern Saline County, about to move into Gallatin County on Shawnee Forest Road. Now, our third tornado warned storm, right over Highway 66, there's our possible tornado. Again, this was confirmed just a little while ago. We had a debris ball on First Alert Doppler network. I'm not seeing a debris ball right now. I am seeing a hook, so I am still a little concerned. We've got some tight rotation right here, and it's moving near New Burnside and over towards Stone Fort. These areas, you need to be seeking shelter right now. We need to be in the basement. If you have a basement, if you don't have a basement, you need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible on the lowest level of your home. Get to that interior room. We also just got a flash flood warning out for this area. And again, that's another thing that is just kind of going to be a problem tonight, is a lot of flooding concerns with the storms going over the same area. Now, the good news is you see the back edge here. Here's the step. And look at you can see the outflow boundary. So here it is right here. The outflow boundary. We got a new tornado warning. I think that's for Princeton. I'm going to zoom in on that in just a second. We got a confirmed tornado in Mitchellsville now. Got a confirmed tornado in Mitchellsville. That's the tornado on Horseshoe Road that I just spoke of. But the outflow boundary could play a big role in who sees severe weather later on tonight. I just hope it surges south and continues to surge south. All right, so we've got, let me zoom in. I think that is just to the east of Princeton. That's that tornado warning. Well, it wasn't a tornado warning, but it is now. So Princeton right here, the tornado, you can see the tornado has gone just to the south. So Princeton and areas around Princeton, in about 10 minutes, you're going to be able to be okay. But you need to stay in your safe spot for about 10 more minutes in the Princeton area. There's the possible tornado right there. You can see here's Princeton. The circulation is now to the south. We had a circulation forming right here. Looks like the storm cycled, and a lot of times we'll get the new circulation to the southeast of the old circulation, and that's what's happened. So this is in Caldwell County, extreme southern Caldwell County, Highway 672, Highway 126, those areas you need to be seeking shelter right now. Get in the basement if you have it. If you don't have a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible by finding a lowest level on your home. Looks like did they issue a tornado emergency for Mitchellsville?
For Mitchellsville?
Well, it's a tornado. Okay,
it's a confirmed tornado from the radar.
It's a confirmed tornado from the radar. Okay, so because we got the black lines, and I usually set that up for when it's even more significant. So true reflectivity. So here's the possible tornado. Well, the confirmed tornado, and again, it was right near. Did they say Horseshoe Road or whatever we were saying? Oh yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely it. And there's the debris. So the tornado is on the ground. Not only can we see the tornado with velocity, but we see the tornado debris signature. The other tornado that's on the ground right now is moving across Highway 166 in extreme southeastern Williamson County. So we've got two tornadoes confirmed on the ground. We've got another tornado in Hardin County, possibly on the ground. Radar was showing the possibility of a debris ball. And we've got another tornado that is just to the southeast of Princeton, Kentucky. That will be moving out of the area in about 5 to 10 minutes. But we've got a confirmed tornado. I'm going to zoom in even more to these two confirmed tornadoes because we want to make sure we give everybody the most advanced warning they can get to get to their safe spot. So Horseshoe Road, I mentioned you a few times about 5 minutes ago. There's the tornado. Whitesville Road, it is moving through whatever community is on the south side of Whitesville Road. It's moving towards Horseshoe Road. It's going to be moving towards Shawnee Forest Road. Equality, the rotation is staying just to your south. Harrisburg, the rotation is staying just to your south, but you're getting hit hard with hail, high winds, lightning, and very strong winds. Again, this is our tornado. It's located right there. We'll scope it again so you can see exactly where it is. Very strong rotation. Wow, that is very intense. It's small, but it is intense. That is an intense vortex that is moving right across Whitesville Road near the intersection of Whitesville Road and Horseshoe Road. You see that right there. We got this bright blue next to the bright red. That is intense wind. So we are seeing So when I look at that, I'm looking at about 90 inward and 70 outward. So it's about 160 on the rotation. So that is and it is tiny, which tells me that that is very tight. This is probably a very thin funnel. This would look like a classic tornado in my mind, what I'm seeing. There's a debris signature. It's obviously hasn't hit much as of yet. We'll see if this updates here in a second, because the reflectivity just updated. You can see there it is. Let's see if the velocity updated. Still right here, but again, that is definitely that's a pretty strong signature of a stronger tornado that is moving in. This is the southern parts of Saline County to the south and east of Harrisburg right now. Mitchellsville, this tornado has passed, but we're watching another tornado to your west. So you can get out of your safe spot for a little bit, but we may have to send you back down the basement if this continues. This is headed towards Stone Fort. This is going to be just to the south of Carrier Mills. And you can see why it's great to have so many meteorologists doing this at once, because Cassie was looking up in the storm and noticed, hey, you know what, Grant, there's a real strong rotation on this mid-levels. She said there's a real strong rotation on this in the mid-levels. So we started focusing on it, and we were able to get the warning out in plenty of time. And that's what helps when we're all working together. And we've got 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. And this one is moving in towards the Stone Fort area. There's the possible debris signature right there. It has crossed over Highway 166 again. And this rotation, the tornado should stay just south of 45 in Carrier Mills. But if you're in Carrier Mills and you live south of 45, definitely head to your safe spot. And to be safe, you may want to just be in your safe spot regardless, because you're going to get pummeled with big hail, high winds. It's going to be scary as these storms go through. But again, the tornado is very tiny compared to the overall land area that we are covering. So that's why we are looking at this closely. Now, they've gone away with the confirmed tornado because probably because the rotation is not as tight, and there's probably spotters on it right now, I would imagine, because there's been people following this storm for quite some time. So that tells us that maybe we no longer have a tornado on the ground headed towards Stone Fort. Doesn't mean get out of your safe spot. Stay in your safe spot, Stone Fort. Sorry, folks. And that is in extreme southeastern Williamson County, and that's going to be moving into southwestern Saline County. It's going to follow the same path as this confirmed tornado that we have right here that's east of Mitchellsville now. I want to scope it as well to see if the debris signature has gotten any stronger. Well, let's see. I don't know if that's going to be it or no, that's going to be inflow. I'm not seeing a strong debris signature. Let's see what the rotation is still pretty strong, pretty tight. Well, it's broadened out a little bit, but it's still there. It looks like we may have had a really fast, strong spin-up tornado. Usually when you see that type of velocity, this thing's going to last a while. But the velocity is kind of broadening apart a little bit. But again, we still have a confirmed tornado that was on the ground, and it is moving right across Horseshoe Road right now, about to cross out of Saline County and go into Gallatin County. And if it holds together, Shawneetown, here's your first alert, it is headed towards you as well. All right, let's take a closer look at the storm near Elizabethtown, because we do have a tornado warning on that storm as well. I know you can see the hook echo plainly just to the northeast of Elizabethtown. And again, this is going to be moving across Highway 34, I think it is. It intersects with 146. I'm going to zoom in a little more to make sure we get the exact roads where this possible tornado is headed. So again, we've got Highway 146. We've got Bassett School Road. I mentioned that earlier. Shawnee Hollow Road. That's where the tornado is right now. Lumbertown Road. And for some reason, so this is 146 right here. So 146 takes a west turn. So if you're anywhere along 146 in Hardin County, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Also, Highway 1 in Hardin County, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Bassett School Road, the possible tornado is over you right now. And again, that's put as many walls between you and the outside. There may not be as many basements here. It's close to the Ohio River. But if you have a basement, that would be the better place to be. If you don't have a basement, again, we go to that lowest level of your home, lowest room, put as many walls between you and the outside, and you can really make out that hook echo. I want to back things up, and I want to take a look at the Princeton area in Kentucky again to see where that storm is, to see if it's finally about to move out of our area. Again, Princeton, I was telling you, you had about 10 minutes or so until that possible tornado was moving out of your area. And let's kind of zoom into this spot right here. And so the possible tornado would be located right here crossing Highway 91 in extreme southeastern Caldwell County. So Princeton, it's out of your area. It is off to your south and east. And this is going to be moving out of our viewing area south and east of Dawson Springs within the next 5 minutes or so. We'll take a look at the velocity. Yeah, you see it. There's the rotation right there crossing Highway 91. And let me just get an idea of how much longer it's going to take to get this tornado or possible tornado out of Caldwell County. 10 minutes. So in 10 minutes, you folks in Caldwell County, south and east of Princeton along Highway 91, this tornado will be out of your area, and we'll be waiting to see if anything else comes into your area. So let's back things up a little bit. I know I've been talking a lot here. We're getting things caught up to see what's going on. What I'm watching closely is to see if we get any redevelopment out to the west. You can see right here, we're getting some strong storms developing near Rolla. This could be our next round that we have coming through. But right now we've got a confirmed tornado now that is moving into just west of Shawneetown in southwestern Gallatin County. The tornado that touched down in southeastern Marion County looks as though it is weakened. And it looks like we're going to have, once we get this round out of here, which hopefully is about 15-20 minutes, it looks like we may have a couple of hours to catch our breath. And that would be some fantastic news before the next line comes in. But we're watching things like this, little showers that are popping up in Pemiscot County to see how they grow in this extreme environment that we are dealing with today. So let's zoom on in again. Again, here's our tornado. This was the confirmed tornado. And Shawneetown, you're in this general area right here. Mitchellsville, this is that other tornado. Again, it's no longer a confirmed tornado. Wow, look at that. Okay, Mitchellsville, get in your safe spot again. Get in your safe spot. Mitchellsville, this is starting to ramp up again. Mitchellsville, this is in southern Saline County. Again, we're gonna watch this closely. Now I'm gonna have to step off just a second. I gotta get something to drink here real quick. Cassie, if you could talk over and kind of, you see what I'm looking at there, south and west of Mitchellsville, that new couplet that's forming?
Yes, southwest of Mitchellsville, southeast of Mitchellsville, there's a little bit of a couplet. Just east of, what does that say, Stone Fort?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's trailing the previous confirmed tornado warning that we were tracking. That's looking to keep moving east, and as of report-wise, still waiting on reports for their very strong wind gusts associated with the storms that we're tracking with these confirmed tornadoes. If we move up a little bit in the atmosphere, can see a tighter signature of velocity, that debris couplet that we look for to potentially point out that tornado formation. Now, if you are in the Mitchellsville area or along, trying to think of the road's name here, just south of Carrier Mills, you definitely want to be in your safe spot, away from windows, anywhere that has covered areas. It does look like a very strong signature moving your way. Wondering if they're going to continue the warning on that. Also, let's head down south towards Elizabethtown, just north of Cave Rock. Seeing some tornado warning there. It does look like the debris roll has weakened. Megan's doing a great job of zooming in there. Just north of Cave Rock is the other thunderstorm warning, not the other tornado warning that we are tracking, which does look like it has a little less of a couplet. So more concerned With the wind gusts with this, we're seeing hail still up to about ping pong ball with this. So make sure that you are in your safe place. If you are near Cave Rock heading north, again, is that debris signature that we're tracking that has that tornado warning over it. If we head a little bit north, again, towards parts of Mitchellsville, you want to make sure you're in your safe spot. Still looking like a decent area of rotation. Very strong wind gusts. We're talking wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour. So if the tornado is not on the ground, it is still producing very strong wind gusts. Probably a lot of hail just north of that in the hail core. We're seeing hail up to, again, about ping pong ball sized near Carrier Mills. So again, if you're south of Carrier Mills and headed east toward Mitchellsville, you're going to want to be in your safe spot. We are going to continue to track this to the east, and we're going to go ahead and toss this back to Grant so he can dive into the details a little bit better for you guys on the chroma key once he finds his clicker for you. Can't do much without that there. But besides that, those are our two main cells that we are keeping a very close eye on. Again, south of Carrier Mills, north of Elizabethtown, those two separate cells there. Grant, if you want to point that out to the viewers.
We can put Max 1 behind me here at the wall. I think my mic's on. Yeah, I hear me. So if we could go ahead and put me behind Max 1. I know you're working on that. We do have, I want to kind of say, I was looking at that rotation from, I know we just got a new tornado warning as well, but I was looking at that rotation. Again, I'm still looking at that rotation right here. It's from Evansville, so it's higher up, but it's a tight rotation, and that's why I wanted to let everybody know in Mitchellsville that I'm worried that another tornado will form. So that is why I wanted to kind of warn Mitchellsville because I mentioned them earlier that tornado has moved east of you, but another one's knocking on the door right now. So there's a possible tornado forming right to the west of Mitchellsville. Now, let me see what we got here, if this is a new one or if this is an old one. Okay, so this is a new one. It's a continuation of the tornado warning in Princeton, but as we said, that storm has now exited our area. So we are just going to focus on the storms that are in our area right now. Matter of fact, I want to get a whole scan of this because something that concerns me, and I don't see it on radar right now, but I was just looking at the satellite, and there's a lot of towering cumulus clouds right here, and that's usually the beginning of storms. So I'm hoping that they don't develop, but we've got new storms that are developing that are severe near Rolla, and those are going to be moving into our area in a couple of hours. This first round of storms is moving out of the area, as you can see, but we still have some tornado warnings for our far eastern counties. But what I'm thankful for is notice how we just kept seeing rounds of storms developing, and right now we're not. We are seeing a little outflow boundary. It's come all the way down to Cape Girardeau right now, and we're getting a little bit of a cell that's trying to develop along that. You see that right there? So we're going to have to watch that as well, because if it interacts with this boundary in this sheared environment, it could get pretty nasty. So, and there's the sky cam from our station, and yeah, we can see that we have clouds billowing up on that. And we're looking north right there, the river, the one that's right behind my head, that's looking north, northeast into southern Illinois. And so you can see a lot of clouds. That's where the cool air is now, so it's less stable. So the outflow boundary is kind of, that may actually be the outflow boundary. It looks like a roll cloud right there. But there's a lot of rain, a lot of storms. This is where the severe weather has been. Let's kind of zoom into where it is right now. Again, there's 3 storms that we are concerned with. One in Hardin County, classic supercell shape, rear flank downdraft, inflow right there, tornado crossing Highway 1 if it's on the ground. The other tornado is just to the west of Mitchellsville if we still have it. And then the third tornado is just to the west of Shawneetown. So we have a lot of activity to look at as we'll zoom in. I want to look at this Hardin County storm because it's looking rather nasty right now. Right here near Cave and Rock, you can see that's where the rear flank downdraft is. So we're going to be seeing some, you see this little shape like this right here? Looks like a tiny bow echo. That's the air on the backside of this storm hitting the ground, fanning out, and it causes the rain to do that. In front of that, we get the inflow right here, and this is where we usually get the tornado. And so I would expect to see some rotation, and I do, right there, crossing Highway 1, and that's Lumbertown Road, I think. That's some pretty small writing that I see there, but that's right where that possible tornado is. It's in extreme eastern Hardin County. All right, let's expand things out and take a look at our other 2 storms that have possible tornadoes. Again, I want to switch things to the true reflectivity so I can see exactly what the radar is painting. And this right here is our possible tornado. We'll see what it looks like when I scope it, see if we see any strong shear in this. And I'm looking up and down. There's our, okay, so green towards right away. This is coming from Evansville. So there's our possible tornado crossing Highway 142. Earlier, this was a confirmed tornado, and you can see it's right here on Highway 142. And we do have increased reflectivity, so this could be debris that the radar is picking up, and the tornado is going to be moving off to the east. So I think we may get an extension to the tornado warning for Gallatin County all the way through the Shawneetown area. But right now it looks like the tornado itself would stay just to the south of Shawneetown. All right, let's pan things back and look at our third tornado, our third possible tornado, moving into Mitchellsville right now. Again, this concerns me, that little bright circle right there, that we could be looking at some debris again. Again, this storm did have a tornado earlier, and I'm just hoping we don't have another one that's developing right now headed towards the Mitchellville area. Not seeing a lot in the way of strong winds. I mean, not in tornadoes, but again, the reflectivity tells me something's going on right there. So Mitchellsville, I need you in your safe spot right now. Let's put as many walls between you and the outside. Now, I'm thinking that this was an extension of the tornado warning we were just talking about. And well, no, it's the other one. They're doing the extension of the tornado warning in Hardin County. This is the tornado that's just north of Cave-In Rock. You could see it. This is going to be headed towards extreme northern Crittenden County once it moves out of Hardin County. It's going to be with us for about another 10 to 15 minutes, the way it looks right now. So let's pan things down, and they've canceled the tornado warning for Mitchellsville. They've canceled the tornado warning for the Shawneetown area. But again, I'm a little concerned. We got something going on right there, so I want to stick with it just a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes before we throw things back to programming. So for you folks in the booth, what I'm talking about is right now we only have one tornado warning, and it is about to be out of our area, which means that we would throw things back to regular programming if we do not get another tornado warning. Now we're coming towards the end of the 4 o'clock, so you guys you can feel free to tell me what you want me to do if we throw to a break and catch our breath. But I'm going to expand things out, and once that tornado gets out of Hardin County and is out of Crittenden County, we're going to throw things back to regular programming for a bit so we can catch our breath, look over things, and get ready for round 2. But so as I see right now, we're seeing a couple of showers. I'm seeing this redevelopment to the south of Cape Girardeau, so we're going to have to watch that. Remember I said I saw some towering cumulus in Wayne County. We're starting to get some reflectivity there. Let's pan to the west and see what's happening near the Springfield area. We've got confirmed tornadoes south of Springfield with this storm. We've got some supercells developing to our west. These will be headed our way later this evening, so you see why we kind of need to catch our breath. So right now, the only storm that we're overly concerned with is extreme Hardin County. Boy, you can see the outflow right here. And you can see why the Mitchellsville storm was dropped. That would be elevated. You see the outflow boundary right here? Follow my finger, that's the outflow boundary. So all these storms behind the outflow boundary are slightly elevated. That pretty much cuts off the tornado threat, and that's great news. So what's going into Gallatin County and Saline County should stay non-tornadic. We've got this cell right here we're going to be watching closely. It is still possible that that could flare up again, but right now it is behaving. The tornado that's in Caldwell County in Kentucky, it has moved out of Caldwell County and is no longer in our area. So let's take a look at the true reflectivity again. This storm is moving towards Sturgis right now. This is extreme northern Crittenden County. Sturgis is out of our area. Hardin County is located right here. So we're going to stay with this storm for about another 5 minutes, if that helps you guys out in the booth. So about another 5 minutes watching this storm, and then we want to catch our breath and get ready for round 2. So the possible tornado is located right there in extreme eastern Hardin County. I'm going to zoom in even more because we may not have any communities or any roads in the path of this storm.
They said toss it to break the network.
Okay. They told you? Okay, because I haven't heard anything
Yeah,
yet.
they told me.
Okay, so here's the rear flank downdraft. Here's the inflow right here. So the possible tornado has now crossed Lambtown Road. Is that Lambtown? I think it is Lambtown. Yeah, Lambtown Road. I think I said Lumberton Road earlier. It's hard to see with that small print sometimes, and I do apologize, but that is in extreme eastern Hardin County, and the possible tornado is right here. So if you are in extreme eastern Hardin County, you need to be seeking shelter right now. You need to be in your safe spot. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible by getting to the lowest level of your home. Get in that interior bathroom, that interior closet. Again, I always say, if the bathroom has a window, that's not an exterior wall. I mean, that's not an interior wall. That's an exterior wall, and that can hurt you. So you wanted to make sure that you are in an interior wall. And again, here's the Ohio River right here. Cave-in rock. This tornado would be to your north, but you're probably getting hit real hard right now with some pretty strong gusty winds on the backside of this storm. And this is our possible rotation. Again, just to the east of Lambtown Road in extreme eastern Hardin County, about to move out of our area towards Sturgis in western Kentucky. So let's expand things out, and we're going to look at things. We got about another 2 or 3 minutes to watch this. I'm also watching this real closely as well. That cell's trying to develop. So far, everything to our west is okay until we get right out here. But that we got a couple hours to wait. What I'm concerned with is seeing if anything redevelops right here. And I see one storm is trying to develop, and I see 2 storms. One is trying to go north of Lake Wapapello. The other one is trying to go just to the south and west of Cape Girardeau. And again, they're going to interact with this boundary. This storm will likely go north of the boundary, which means that as long as it doesn't explode on the boundary, we should be fine. We shouldn't have any tornadic activity with that cell. All right, let's zoom in again to our Hardin County tornado storm before I throw things to break, because I think it's about to move out of the area. And there it is. So the rear flank downdraft is going right along the Ohio River. The rotation of the tornado has crossed or is crossing the Ohio River as we speak, and it's headed towards Sturgis, Kentucky right now, which is just outside of our viewing area. So what I'm going to do right now is, I know we're going to toss things to break. The bug will come up. You'll see the red polygons on there because there's still tornado warnings in our area, but they have moved out of our area. And like I said, we all want to catch our breath here in the weather department because we know we've got another round to get through later on this evening, and we're going to be watching the radars closely throughout this evening and overnight to keep you safe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our First Alert Action Day continues here on KFES 12. It's been an active weather day, as of course you know. We hope that you and your loved ones are safe. We're going to check right back in with Cassie Campbell now just to get a quick update on what's going on. And Cassie, I know you've been following things all afternoon. How's it looking right now?
Yeah, Jeff, we've been tracking quite a bit of activity, multiple tornado warnings. Some of those have been confirmed tornadoes. Currently, we are seeing most of the warnings have gone out of the area. This tornado warning is now moving to the east of the Heartland. There's still quite a bit of lightning, heavy rainfall, hail associated in parts across southern Illinois. Also tracking lots of flooding issues across parts of southern Illinois. If we look out to the west, this is what we're going to keep an eye on as we head into the rest of our evening hours. We're not quite done with this severe weather event. The first round is out, but again, we are keeping a very close eye on the development of the thunderstorms that are just now to the northwest of us. These are expected to creep into our area over the next couple of hours, which does bring that threat continuing for the strong severe storms, large hail, damaging wind gusts, and even tornadoes are going to continue to be possible for the rest of our afternoon and into tonight. But as for now, Again, most of the warnings are out. We are tracking quite a bit of flooding concerns over southern Illinois, but main concern is going to be some hail, lots of heavy rainfall and gusty winds over pretty much all of southern Illinois. Southeast Missouri, we're looking dry for a moment, but again, don't let that catch you off guard. We are tracking multiple chances for another round of storms to develop throughout the rest of our afternoon and evening.
All right, Cassie, thank you. Let's take a look at some viewer photos. This image comes to us from Farmington, Missouri in St. Francis County. This is rotation shot early this afternoon. We understand sometime before 2:15 p.m. And it would appear a tornado may have hit a community of Cora, Illinois, a village in Jackson County. We want to say thanks to Alan Huber for this video that he sent us. He shot it while driving. You can see a funnel cloud there in the distance. Not a confirmed tornado yet. Confirmation has to come from the National Weather Service. Here's a still photo of what may be that same funnel cloud from Rockwood, Illinois. That's over the county line from Cora in Randolph County. A viewer sent us this photo from the Rockwood area, and you can get a clearer picture of what it looks like there. Again, no word on any injuries here, but it did leave behind some damage, we understand. Weather like this keeps power crews busy, and today Ameren officials tell us they prepare well ahead of time when stormy weather is in the forecast.
We monitor the weather and what is forecasted, and then we ensure that we have a plan, and part of that plan is to ensure our crews, we have enough resources and crews available to respond if weather does hit, and then an action plan to mobilize those crews to where we can they're ready to respond quickly.
I hear you.
Yes. Mic check. Mic.
This is your first alert from Heartland News.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a first alert action day as severe weather continues impacting the Heartland.
Let's toss it right to Cassie. She is tracking the very latest in your first alert at 5.
Yeah, we have had quite an active afternoon tracking multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. We have had confirmed tornadoes across parts of southern Illinois. As for now, all of our warnings are off to the east of us. We were just following a tornado warning that is again out of the Heartland area. Our biggest concern at the moment is flash flooding across the majority of southern Illinois. We've had multiple flooding reports, damage reports. The storms that are currently moving across southern Illinois, they are producing still some hail, about quarter size to nickel size hail. Zooming in here, anywhere from Harrisburg, Shawneetown, down to Glendale, seeing still some nice core thunderstorms that are producing lots of rain, heavy rainfall, quarter-sized hail, and some pretty strong wind gusts. Our next concern, moving off to parts of the northeast, we do have another round of those strong to severe storms that we're tracking for our evening. So make sure you still have ways to stay weather aware and stay alert. The storms that are just north of our area, almost about to clip into parts of Reynolds County. These have about ping pong ball sized hail associated with them. Very large hail, very strong wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. And these are tracking to the northeast. But if we look out to the west, we are seeing lots of thunderstorm development that's going to continue to track into our area. Across the Heartland, though, lots of flash flood watch and warnings. That is going to be a main concern for the moment until that second round of storms works in for our evening. Can see exactly the warm temperatures, the humid air. This is where those storms have continued to develop over parts of southern Illinois. But where we're seeing that second line of development, where these are converging, these winds are coming together anywhere from the Raleigh area down to West Plains, seeing that second round of storms that is going to slowly make its way into our area for tonight. Have the full weather team here tracking, keeping coverage of the latest updates coming up.
All right, Cassie, thank you. Severe weather earlier this afternoon left its mark on a number of Heartland towns.
Yeah, that includes a community in Cape Girardeau County. Ahmad Lathan joins us live in the newsroom to tell us more. Ahmad?
Jeff and Kathy, I spoke to a resident who heard a loud boom and could not believe what she saw on her security camera. Take a look. Kelly Glick shared this video. You can see strong winds, then what looks like a tornado touched down right outside of her front door. Here's how she describes the whole thing.
It was scary. After I saw the video, then I got nervous. Laying in bed, I was like, no big deal, just gonna get windy. And then when I saw everything and saw the video, I'm like, oh my gosh, that could have been way worse, way worse.
Glick tells me members of Cape Girardeau Emergency Management Team came out to see what happened. She tells me the worst part of the storm only lasted about 20 seconds. Kathy, back to you.
Ahmad, thank you. In Missouri, large dark clouds gather over St. Genevieve. Take a look at this video from Natasha French. This was just before 2:30 this afternoon. Now, severe weather often leads to power outages and property damage.
And that's why emergency services and utility companies take time to prepare for major weather events like this one. We checked in with both Ameren Southeast and Cape Girardeau Emergency Management to get an idea of how they prepare for a day like this. Both have crews and resources lined up, whether it's to clear down power lines or help people trapped by high water or downed trees.
Besides our internal groups, we reach out to, we have contractors, alliance contractors that come in and support us, as well as other utilities if the storm is really a significant event.
Prepared, stay up to date with the forecast and report any outages or damage as needed. Grant's warned us about the threat of heavy rain and hail, but what do you do if your car gets damaged? Severe weather can mean trees on top of vehicles or even hail damage like dents and shattered windshields. One collision center director has this advice for drivers.
Well, they probably need to look. They need to let it dry out, get it wiped off, get it under some shade, see if you've actually got any damage. If you see some dings, determine, if you've got a high deductible, do you really want to file that claim? Check with your agent, check with your company. It's not always necessary to run out and go get a bunch of estimates, because on hail estimates, generally shops will charge for those because there are so many.
Clyburn says collision center estimates could range from a few $100s to thousands depending on the damage.
Now, if you take any photos or video of storm damage, we'd like to see them. You can send them to us through the KFES weather app. Now, you can scan that QR code you see right now in the upper right-hand corner of your screen to download it. You'll also be able to get live radar and hour-by-hour forecasts right in the palm of your hand. It's free to download. You can also search KFES in your app store, and we will return to our weather coverage as needed throughout this newscast. In other news at 5, the Biden administration is sending a message to Israel. It is withholding shipments of weapons.
It's because of Israel's planned invasion of the southern Gaza city of Rafah over U.S. objections. Skylar Henry's at the White House with more.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirmed CBS News reporting that the U.S. has put a hold on some weapons deliveries to Israel.
We're going to continue to do what's necessary to ensure that Israel has the means to defend itself. But that said, we are currently reviewing some near-term security assistance shipments in the context of unfolding events in Rafah.
The U.S. has paused shipments of 2,000-pound and 500-pound bombs to Israel out of concern for what the weapons could do in densely populated areas of Rafah, the southern Gaza city where more than 1 million Palestinians have taken refuge during the war.
We do not believe Israel has presented a credible humanitarian plan that would account for both the potential harm to civilian life of an operation in such a crowded area, or for properly evacuating and caring for the over 1 million people who are there.
The Biden administration pushed Congress to pass a bill authorizing billions of dollars of military aid for Israel. Now lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are questioning why